time to kick off an electrifying event. We have 18 incredible teams ready to compete in the Free Fire World Series 2023. Before we dive into the action, let's get to know each of them a little better. Let's meet the teams that will be battling it out for glory. Roll the introduction videos and let's get to know these amazing athletes, their stories, and their drive to succeed from all over the world. Starting with Indonesia, we have RRQ Kazu, Poco Star, and Thorad. Representing Thailand, we have Buriram United Esports, EXP Esports, and C-Triple-G. Representing MCPS, we have Expand. Representing Vietnam, we have PE Sports, WAG, and God of Wolf. Representing Pakistan, we have Hotshot Esports. Representing MEA, we have WASK. Representing Brazil, we have Magic Squad. MIBR. And Loud. And representing LATAM, we have All Glory Gaming, Furious Gaming, and lastly, Osaka. We hope you enjoyed getting to know the 18 incredible teams. The competition is about to kick off. Get ready for an unforgettable experience as these teams go head-to-head in their quest for victory. I hope you all enjoy the Free Fire World Series 2023.
Hey Survivor, the wait is over. Top 18 teams from across the world are ready to rumble. Welcome to the Free Fire World Series 2023.
Hello Survivors and welcome to the Free Fire World Series 2023, the event we've all been waiting for, where we are finally going to crown our champion for the year. My name is Danielle, and of course joining me are my amazing partners in crime. I have the mustachio AJ and of course the wonderful Husky. Gentlemen, welcome to the desk. I'm so excited for the event to begin.
The coffee is finally kicking in. 8 regions, 18 teams, 3 different stages for the first time ever on the Free Fire World Series with $1 million on the line. It cannot get more fun than this.
Returning world champions are also here as well, and finally all of us made it onto the same desk, and I just felt like I watched an entire Interstellar team movie trailer by Karina. I just gotta say, man, that intro, that was fire.
Look, it gets better every year.
It does, and especially with Mr. Wagger at the very end. He's got the cutest voice in the world.
He does. Now, we do need to kick off the main event, so let's take a look at the tournament format for the day. So you guys kind of know what is going to be happening for the next 3 days, because it's not just one weekend. We have multiple weekends for this main event. So we are going to start off with the knockout stage this weekend, where the teams, they've been split into 3 separate groups, Group A, B, and C. And these teams are going to go up against each other every single day. And unfortunately, only a small portion of them are going to make it on through. Others are going to have to fight for more points. It is going to be a stellar week, a month of Free Fire. Now, we do have the prize pool, gentlemen.
Oh yeah, $1 million US. And what makes it a little bit different this time around, the overall MVP, the MVP of the Free Fire World Series 2023 walks away with $10,000 US as well.
That is crazy. If you are the best player, you get an extra pocket money on top of that. I say pocket money in a very loose manner because that is a lot of
That's a lot of money.
But at the same time, Free Fire is always governed by the holy tenets of the competitive system, right? So each elimination gives you 1 point, Booyah gives you 12, minus 3 points in second place, all the way down to 0 if you get 11th and 12th place.
And this is only for the knockout stage. Later on for Point Rush, it's going to be a totally different point system, guys.
It's crazy. I think this is also the first time we are implementing this system, but we're not going to talk about that as of yet because we have to focus on the knockout stage this weekend. So for our rules, we do have a tiebreaker system that's going to come into play if we have a potential tiebreaker. We're going to start off by comparing the teams with their number of booyahs. If they still tie, it'll come down to a total eliminations difference, and if the teams still tie, it's going to come down to survival ranks in the final round. It's not a comparison for the entire day. So these teams need to make sure their final game of the day is their best performing game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, at the end of the day, if you really don't perform all that too much, you can go on a breakout round and perhaps just win that final booyah. You are going to be crowned the champions of 2023.
Yeah, for the teams, let's take a look at Group A, right? We have TR, BRU, MIBR, AGG, MGS, and Hotshot. Group B, Furious Gaming, WASK, RQ, Kazu, GOW, CGGG, and WAG.
Yes, so these are the 2 groups we're going to be looking at today, because what's going to happen is that today we are only watching Groups A and B, but we are going to have a quick look here at Groups C, Husky.
Yeah, Group C, we have Loud, P Esports, Expand, EXP Esports, and of course Osaka and Poco Star. And some of these names might seem foreign to a lot of people out there, but they are just new acquisitions. For example, Poco Star was GRC Aphrodite, Thorat was, a First Raiders Eclipse, but like Danny said, we're looking at Group A against Group B today.
Yes, so it's going to be Group A versus B today. Tomorrow is going to be B versus C, and then we're going to cross out the rest of the week on Sunday with A versus C. Now, here's the thing. Even though you have all these teams in different groups, they have to make sure they play their absolute best, because you are competing at the world stage with some of the best teams in the entire world. And to kick things off today, we're going to go back to where it all began, not just for these teams competing, but also for all of us when we started Free Fire. We're going to kick things off with Bermuda.
6 games in total. We start things off at Bermuda, hop on into Purgatory for Game 2, Alpine, Kalahari, Nextera, and then of course that random map which can either bless you or truly punish you by the end of the day.
You know which team is royally blessed? Buriram United Esports. Formerly EVOS Phoenix, 2-time world champion, 1-time World Series runner-up with just out of this world in terms of stats.
Absolutely, and they've even gone in for the pink hair. This is a trend.
It was blue hair.
It was
last
blue,
season.
yeah, but you got to change it up, right? You can't go a little bit too far with the hairdo. But I kind of like the tradition where some of these teams, we've got it here with Get High, right? You uphold a tradition. It's either you shave your head, you change your hair color, or I don't know, maybe you get a team tattoo. But it works for some of these players, and it's working for Buriram.
Absolutely, the rusher of the squad, a 2.17 elimination average. 1,159 average damage is no joke whatsoever, but usually he just tags up those players, right? The finisher, the captain of the squad, he usually gets the job done. And you were talking about Thorat moments ago, Husky.
Yeah, absolutely. They acquired this roster from First Raiders Eclipse, but the roster remains the same.
Yeah.
One of the up-and-coming Indonesian squads, across the last year alone, they have improved tremendously as one of the front runners of the region. And it's no surprise looking at the stats they have, but also at this man in particular, Ika.
Right, so here's the question I have for you gentlemen, right? Now, we know that Thailand, Buriram in particular, has been dominating the world stage up until this point. But Are we maybe, I'm a bit of a fangirl here, are we maybe looking at the year of Indonesia, finally?
I'm not gonna lie. There has been some.
Because my prediction is actually Thorad. I feel like Thorad has it this year.
There has been some signs of them, showing up and fighting against Thailand as a region, on even grounds. But overall, I still think the Thai teams are a bit better overall in terms of the macro, in terms of the micro.
And don't get us wrong, I mean, the numbers that you see on your screen right now may skew towards Darkol and the Indonesian squad, but this is from the individual local leagues. We have not compiled data with both of them in the exact same grouping. We will just see exactly how does Jonah respond to that head-to-head a little bit later on.
Yeah, this is one of the few guys who has won 2 trophies, but he was never really regarded as one of the flashiest player, right? Calm, cool, collected, but an incredible leader for his team.
Yeah, well,
and the greatest trash talker, we have to say.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, you missed
my
that.
Goodness. Oh.
He is really good.
I missed so many things. But at the end of the day, right, sometimes it's not about all the flash. It's not about the person that is making the best moves. He is an enabler, right? Sometimes you have to have that kind of player on your team. But we do have stats here for Darkol. And I mean, he's got some rescues for his team. He's got pretty good knockdowns as well. But again, I mean, at the end of the day, both of these teams, they're really, really similar in terms of their dynamic, right? You've got the backbone of the team. You have your superstars, right? But I want to know, because these two teams, they're in the same group. Who's better between these two teams?
I mean, if you ask Husky and I think we're gonna give you the exact same answer.
Usually I'll have a direct answer, but I'll give the teams the benefit of the doubt because across over the past year we have seen changes in the meta, right? Last year it was all about Riptide Rhythm, Riptide Rhythm, Riptide Rhythm until all the glue walls get destroyed. But this year we are seeing, at least right now, we're seeing the meta shift. Captains of the team that usually use Skylar or Chrono are pivoting towards characters like Tatsuya, who has abilities to kind of dash around, reposition, and allow them to be in the front line. So things definitely changed a lot.
Now we do have to take a look at some of our rising stars here, AJ, right? So we do have 3 on the screen right now. Okay. Is there anyone here that you just say like is better than everyone significantly?
Oh boy.
Moshi hands down.
Moshi hands down. I was wondering like, please give me a different answer.
The only downgrade is that his hair is no longer like 10 feet tall. we used to struggle with containing his hair in the graphics.
But what if that's the nerf?
What about the nerf?
What if, because he doesn't have that hair this year, what if that's going to be a nerf?
Look at that accolades, dude.
Somebody kicked Daniely out of the studio.
He has won
MVP of Bangkok 2022. There's a reason why he was the MVP. I mean, you're talking about your 2-time world champs, and you're talking about a guy that doesn't really go all out in each and every single match. He just goes all out when he needs to, and when he needs to, he usually walks away the champion.
He won his team the championship last year. Let me remind you that.
I mean, he survived, brought them right back in a 1v5. The guy just makes it look like 1v nothing.
Yeah. Now on the screen you can see all 3 of our predictions, and I mean for all 3 of us, we do have 2 of the same teams, but we do have a couple of different teams, right?
Yeah.
So Buriram, Thorad, I think we all agree these are 2 really strong Goliaths coming into the competition. But I want to hear your third teams. Like, who did you pick and why did you pick them?
Well, for me, it's Magic Squad because last year they finished, I believe, a 2nd or 4th. Top 4 at least I remember. I think it was 2nd place, and that is no 2nd place actually. Vivo K, I think they finished 5th or 6th. But either way, they were the 2nd seed from the Brazilian region last year on the world stage beside Kate. But they also demonstrated like really great aggression. The only thing that they lacked was when push comes to shove, the macro was a bit lacking. But overall, it's a very strong Brazilian squad, and it's the only representative from Brazil that came back to the world stage when you look at the teams present last year. Yeah,
I picked Furious Gaming, the first seed out of LATAM. I think I don't really bet on them to go all the way, each and every single day hitting those booyahs, but I think they're going to have a really good opening day, just mainly because of the adrenaline pump. And usually in the knockout stages, this is where you see some of the teams who are really try-hards go all out. So I'm expecting them to step it up. Whether or not they can maintain that consistency as the veteran teams wake up in the competition, that's going to be a whole other question.
Absolutely. So my prediction I put in was RRQ because I actually think Indonesia is starting to catch up to Thailand. 100%. And also for RRQ, they were the second seed, I believe, for Indonesia. And they actually were pretty close to Thorad. Not super close where it was like a hairline between the two teams across the finish line, but close enough to actually put them in a position where I think they're going to be a reasonable threat in the competition.
Yeah, they had to play through play-ins last year, and they actually secured the last spot from play-ins by beating Expand by 2 points as well. So it's good to see them in the grand finals directly. And also because we do not have wild cards this time. Play-ins, sorry.
Yeah, so I'm really excited to see these teams jump into the player boxes as we are going to see them right now. We're loading into the game. The players are ready. They're rearing to go. Look at them. So excited. They've got their phones up. I am so excited to see this starting match for the day. Our first match for the World Series for 2023. Who is going to come out on top? Is it going to still be Buriram? Because again, Buriram and Thorad are in this group. Or are we going to be surprised with a potential underdog that just comes out of nowhere? There's always the threat of an underdog.
You're excited for the starting match.
I'm excited for
I'm excited for the starting animation.
I thought we saw it all like 6 months ago.
Yeah, let's go. There you go.
Apparently, there's more to it.
Look, there is more because the players, not only are they in their boots and they're ready to go, but they're going to be loaded into
armored
the plane
trucks
as well. They're going to be loaded into the plane. We're going to be flying off to our first map of the day, which is going to be Bermuda. Look at this, guys. It is absolutely gorgeous.
They keep stepping it up every single year. They keep stepping it up, and I'm absolutely loving this. This is going to be game number 1, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, as we fly on into Bermuda. The opening match of the Free Fire World Series 2023 held at Bangkok. Let's see exactly who rises up to the occasion and smashes the very first buoy of the day.
Look at that beautiful, that stunning intro. I love this so much. The fact that the competition has been hyped up, but not only are we going to be seeing the amazing graphics, it's time to see the gameplay. Where are these teams going to drop? What is going to be highly contested? What's going to happen with the high tier loot zone? Because a lot of teams love to contest for high tier loot zones, and we are starting to see a lot of teams drop in.
To answer your question about Buriram, they are generally a slow team. If you want them to come out the gate swinging, that's probably not the team you're looking for. They're in for the long run, and when push comes to shove, that's where Buriram really shines. I'm expecting teams like RRQ Kazu, like Thorad, to be the ones that kind of get off to a hot start.
WAG splitting up. 3 players inside of that blue circle. 1 at Rimnam Village, playing that game of safety just in case they do get double teamed out there, but nobody else picking on them just yet. MIBR on the other hand, with CGGG, a very early encounter, and it looks like Thorad's going to be dropping in to say hello as well. Lozzie's just keeping an eye on them, whilst the rest of their team members from the side of Thorad pick up all of the initial loots.
Yeah, pretty split across the board, but no one's made a move as of yet, although we do have first blood already drawn.
Yeah, it's going to be between, Hotshot Esports of all teams and against AGG All Glory Gaming. This is not going to be easy, but Abe actually chipping in. RQ Kazu wants a piece of the pie, and Abe ends up going down himself. So AGG picking up 3 quick points at the start of the round.
I'm so glad that we're not seeing these teams play very passive, very scared, especially in their first game, because that is a very big tendency for teams when they come into the competition for the first time. They want to test the waters, they want to see what's happening, but the fact that we are already starting to see quite a lot of aggression, this is the confidence coming out from these teams, saying that we're confident in our skills to be able to play this aggressively.
CGGG already rotating out of the compound, not wanting to deal with MIBR too much. WAG in the vicinity as well. We saw the binoculars being popped earlier on as they try to run up the hill. Rigby down, Darkall from afar, and it looks that AUG is going to help him get 1 elimination point pretty early in the game. Nobody's around Rigby to help him up just yet.
Oh, this is terrible news for MIBR because WAG just happened to show up at the compound as well. CGGG is also one of the few teams, if you want someone to really just come out the gates and start getting some frags, CGGG is one of those teams, but you have 4 different squads in this compound, and Dolphin pick up an easy elimination. AGG, meantime, off screen, got wiped out.
Oh my goodness, that's our first team to be eliminated from the competition already, and it doesn't end here, AJ, because we are seeing a 2-point attack!
What?
Oh!
How?
Shot out at the edge. Chow. Krillin, beautiful elimination. And just with this car, he will be able to pick up the 4th elimination for the squad. And WAG late to the party, but number 1 on the leaderboard at the moment.
Oh, Peter's getting shot at as well. Needs to pick On Fire back up as Darko is still hanging around this area. That was a catastrophic mistake from MIBR. The last member was about to fly away, but instead of flying in a straight line, he went up into the skies vertically and unfortunately got taken out. So kind of feels bad for MIBR, who got eliminated with 0 points.
I think that's just moments like that. That's when you start to see the nerves kick in, right? Because mistakes like that are very, very rare. But again, you know, you're at the world stage. These players are playing with so much adrenaline in their veins that sometimes they're going to have some of these mistakes happen. But hang on, we do have a bit of a skirmish that could potentially happen here, AJ.
Bison in the hands of Asana, waiting for that backup from Jonah as well. Who's in, backs away alongside GU. Charge Buster alongside a grenade launcher as well. This could be game-changing for the Magic Squad.
This is a nightmare that Magic Squad. Remember, this was the team that wiped them out last year to secure a trophy. So Magic Squad definitely didn't want to face up against BRU at the start of the round, but it seems like they don't really have a chance. Bob's just arrived to join his team, and you have Yago supporting them from afar.
Yeah, a bit of a stalemate for both of these teams. Not really confident enough to fully engage yet. So very, very scary engagement. But are we going to be seeing a peace treaty, or is it going to be a full blown out skirmish? It looks like these teams are going to leave each other for now.
Nice. Very
Big
risky
respect.
retreat for Magic Squad, but they managed to keep a good distance away from Buriram United. Buriram not looking to get aggressive as well, and you were right, Husky. It's the kind of team that likes to wind up a little bit late, but they will not slow down later on. Dark Hole, on the other hand, unfortunate as Toret loses yet another player.
Yeah, finally cleared out by CGG. It's been quite a while where this guy just got perched on top of the balcony, taking these pot shots, so someone needs to get rid of him. And this also clears out the Cartelistic area, at least on the west side, for CGG to just hang around as the circle closes in, because they get to gatekeep one of the perimeter.
Yeah, so as well as you mentioned, Husky, we are starting to see that circle make a move. We will get a top-down view very soon to see roughly where that is going to be. But I think at this point, we will be starting to see some of these teams gatekeep, position themselves in compounds, and actually really try to catch out those teams that are trying to make it into that safe zone. I kind of want to hear your thoughts here, guys. Like we've seen a lot of action this early on. Do you feel like teams are going to feel hard-pressed to continue with this aggression, or are we going to maybe see a bit of a macro moment here?
I think the aggression is just all, you know, due to a little bit of bad luck. There's no way of telling exactly where opponents are going to drop. It's just a blind man's game, especially on day one, more especially on match number 1 in itself. So I'm pretty sure the teams that did go down early are going to be trying to avoid those drop spots. It wasn't really a blue circle issue as well.
Yeah.
They did go out there. They did try to hop on into their comfortable spots, but just unfortunate with their decision making. There might be some ego challenges as well. I'm looking forward to those.
No, look at that. RQ, Kazu, and Sentosa, so they gotta make a move pretty soon, but there is no direct path in. The safest bet is taking that zipline to Kotatua, but then you put yourself in the crossfires of 3 different squads. So RQ, Kazu, you gotta somehow make a decision, or maybe bet on the fact that Magic Squad might just move away from where they are right now, though it is highly unlikely.
Yeah, well, to be fair, the teams don't really have too much information to work with as well, right? They don't really have any way to safely scout their way into the safe zone. But luckily for them, it looks pretty open. I don't think we're seeing any teams really stuck in a pincer maneuver, minus a couple sitting on the eastern side of the map. And oh my gosh, it's actually heading towards Keraton. So these teams, they're going to have to start making a move, but you can already see some teams in very favorable positions.
Hotshot in a really rough spot, because now they have to somehow get through WASK. Who in this situation probably knows where they are, and Hotshot, they have no access to anything.
They're very spread apart as well, so if one of them gets taken out, there's not really much that they can do.
Look at that revival point. It's being held hostage by WASK. There's no way Hotshot can get to it. Action might just give his life up, or buy as much time as possible for his other teammate to get away. There is a buy point though. Maybe that could be his savior.
And there is a savior on the way as well. RRQ Kazu, if they arrive just in the nick of time, WASK is going to be a little distracted. But Hotshot not waiting for that opener. Straight up, rotating away. Very smart move coming through from the Pakistanis.
You gotta play the placement game sometimes, especially when you're at that numbers disadvantage. So smart move from these teams. Very patient, very slow play. We had a bit of a quick start for this match, things slowing down a little bit, but of course, as these teams get pushed in further and further with this circle, I do expect a very big skirmish to happen. But RRQ, you know, they've been more or less isolated towards the corner of the map. They're finally going to come into play. And I'm really curious to see how RRQ is going to approach this game. Oh, but their vehicle actually getting caught there.
They gotta fight this. Slegalov and Abe both isolated. Those glue walls gotta be put up as fast as possible. You even see the Homer Seekers being sent out. Abe now pushing forward. The other two members of RQ Kazu now crashing into this compound. Dowdy getting down. Legalov with the first knock.
From afar, that headshot is going to slow them down a tad bit. Dowley out of the equation. Zizox on the other hand, low on that HP, down on the ground as well. Razor, just with a shotgun, is able to get the job done. WASK, open fire first and truly punished by RRQ. Hotshot Esports haven't really gotten away from this compound. They better not regret this move.
Look, as long as they don't move and they don't make a sound, RRQ won't even know that they're there. So this actually is their saving grace, AJ.
I don't know about that. Action's going to be in a lot of trouble. Hasu as well as Anas right behind them. Genius has managed to back away already for the side of WASK. And now Hotshot have a opportunity to punish WASK for gatekeeping them moments ago. RRQ just swooped on in, punished them. Hotshot Esports, one buy point right in front of them. And the circle just beyond Cape Town. This is still going to be a pretty decent round for the Pakistanis.
He's gonna see this.
No, right over the boys from Hotshot.
There's no way he didn't see that, right? Action was right below him, but I know Genius definitely saw that.
He's alone, though. I don't really think you want to be in a position to try and reveal your position trying to get those shots in.
Oh, great rotation from RRQ. Just above Hotshot, uses the back alley into the circle, and now they've got a decent compound to work with the defense as well. Hotshot managing to encircle Genius. I believe they do know that he is in the vicinity, but they just haven't been able to spot that guy just yet. Genius, grenade cooked up, finds no one.
I love this rotation from RQ, just like AJ mentioned. It puts them in a spot where now they get to contest this. And look at Abe, he's not wasting any time. They are starting to pelt the members of WASK and Hotshot with certain bullets. Genius does end up getting taken down, but actually it's courtesy of Magic Squad who decided they also want a piece of the pie.
Abe is the wonder kid of RRQ. The last time we saw this squad, the kid just wasn't old enough to join them at the world stage this time around. They're looking to go all the way. Let's see if or not Abe can carry them on his shoulders. On fire on the other hand. Carl down and out of the equation. C-triple-G. One more player from the side of Thorad right behind them to deal with.
Yeah, this is going to be a pretty devastating match for Thorad, though. Lots of expectations for this Indonesian team, but out of the picture already. They did have a very difficult start to this match, so we're going to have to wait and see what happens for them in game number 2. But meanwhile, we are starting to see these teams get into a very crowded position because we are starting to run out of space, and a lot of teams are still running with their full squads.
Yago is really starting to break down some of these teams. WAG losing a lot of their resources because they were sniped from afar. RQ Kazu, I think Legalov is telling his team, guys, we gotta move right now. Magic Squad might be behind us, but there is a chance that they have to fight this though. You see that UAV being sent out, pinging out the entirety of Magic Squad. RQ, they know where they are, and the best part is they have just made it onto high ground.
They just made it onto high ground. I have to say, I'm really impressed with this aggressive style coming in from RRQ. They were non-existent during that early game, and then all of a sudden, the few times that they did show their face, they have been so accurate, amazing positioning. It's been very hard to catch them off guard, and I don't know if this is going to be a great spot for Magic Squad to be in, because if they don't land these shots, I think RRQ are going to punish them for this.
Those glue wall melters are going to start hurting the defenses, the barricades of Magic Squad. They were able to sneak 3 members through, and there's a good chance they will use the glue walls of RQ Kazu to cover their tracks as they make it onto high ground.
Circle is forcing Magic Squad closer towards RRQ. All RRQ needs to do is just wait for that perfect opportune moment to strike. Yago.
They found Wasana. I mean, BRU was nearby.
Right behind, Bob's down on the ground. Blue wall melter for the time being induced. Not going to be able to pull up much defenses right up in front, and he has to back away alongside the rest of his team members.
I think this is the smarter move here. You do not engage into RRQ. It's too dangerous. They do not have any cover.
What a beautiful defensive compound they've got as well.
I mean, you really got to give props to the shot calling of Legalov.
Oh,
he really is a curve ahead of the curve compared to the teams. And Magic Squad, they're caught out in the open. They got to fight someone. It's either BRU or RQ Kazu.
And look at that circle as well. The next circle is right where RRQ is, so they are in a fantastic spot to gatekeep any teams that are looking to get into that safe zone.
UAV.
So I guess the question here, right, is what do you do if you're Magic Squad? Like, are you going to have to try and skirt around the edges? We will talk about them a little bit later on because we still have some fights happening towards the northern side of this circle.
Goodness gracious.
Furious game. He can't become furious, but a double nade. Beautiful.
Oh.
As Delta and Bad both go down. Unknown now. Can he pull this right back? He's got the shotgun in hand, on fire, putting all of them on notice. One more shot can get the job done, but Unknown doesn't get it. Beautiful shot from Pablo. It is going to be the grenade launcher that backs up his team member. Unknown still alive and kicking. Bad right back up on his feet. C-Triple-G gonna bite the dust in a little bit in a 1v3.
I mean, Koskyu is out in the open. Pocho is behind him. You're Soydela from afar, literally saving his team, and Koskyu gets knocked. And now one more cannot take this fight anymore. C-Triple-G, they gotta evacuate as fast as possible. It's him against the entirety of FG, and I'm not sure if he has what it takes to end this though. He's taking he's taking too much damage. Man, Furious Gaming are on a roll right now.
Oh, and Buram is actually eliminated from the competition as well. Bit of a shocking move there, but we are really starting to see these teams get squished in. But I have to say, that was a beautiful play coming in from Furious Gaming.
Yeah.
CG, if they were just a little bit more accurate, if they could have actually finished the team off, that actually would have been their fight. But they gave too much recovery time there.
At this point, I think we can say goodbye to RRQ. Duds back in a way. Has got a couple of medkits to play around with. Husky, your squad, my squad, still alive and kicking. Let's see exactly who takes this away, man. Furious Gaming all the way across the circle here. Not disturbed by any squads whatsoever. Just waiting for that final battle.
And just now Danny asked, what should Magic Squad do? In my head, I was like, it's go time. You gotta push into RQ.
Yep.
And they completely swung RQ with a disadvantage. And you can see GOW right now, they're trying to gatekeep as much people as possible, but the circle is just not in their
Duds?
favor.
How is he still alive? The guy's still hanging on.
FG is there, they're gonna wipe him out for sure. It's a 1v4 situation. In fact, Furious Gaming are in the best possible spot right now. And for Magic Squad, they gotta fight their way out of this.
Great circle, Hunters, Furious Gaming just managing to play the positioning up on the battlefield. WAG out on the 4th spot. But the God of War, 3 eliminations thus far, looking for Magic Squad. Can they work this magic as well? Grenade does not find that connection just yet. And God of War just takes this fight straight up to Bobs and squad.
Man, Magic Squad is gonna get wiped out. That 1-nade chip 3 of their members' health to almost nothing. And GOW, they might not have a lot of eliminations early on, but they're about to rack out some of those free points. 5 eliminations so far with GOW. Last 2 teams is GOW against Furious Gaming.
GOW 5 eliminations, make that 6 as Wally claims that. Bad, beautiful snipe from across the battlefield. He's broken away to the right-hand side already. That flank is going to disable the players of God of Wolf. Glue Wall Melters just breaking down each and every single one of their defenses. Flank on the right-hand side. He's got low on that HP. What a shot by Pocho.
I mean, Pocho's grenade launcher is really starting to hurt them. FG.
Oh.
They have 2 members left. Pocho gets knocked down. Iza got also traded. But the Sonya brings Pocho back up. He actually gains the health from the knock, so he's still standing. Unknown though, not so lucky. GOW looking for the first booyah. Bad, up against 3, can't do it. GOW, the Vietnam representative with the first booyah of the World Series.
God of Wolf catching up towards the very final few seconds, making that one decision to rush as a trio up on that right-hand side, taking the fight straight up to the opponents. Furious Gaming furiously, and the player to clutch it out was their backup player who did not hop on in for the battle, just shutting them down one after the other from afar.
What a phenomenal performance, and I think this is a team that a lot of us weren't really expecting to get that first booyah of the day. That late game execution, absolutely on point. I'm kind of wondering, if we think in Furious Gaming's point of view, do you kind of regret not contesting when God of Wolf was actually going up against Magic Squad? Because they were free to do whatever they wanted, but they were creeping it along the sides. They didn't really do much in the pre-fight.
What ifs are always going to be there in these matches, but that's exactly what the game of Free Fire is all about. You got to make those split-second decisions, and unfortunately Furious Gaming just weren't furious enough. I mean, the God of Wolf, they came up and they were biting hard. Unfortunately, Furious just got ripped apart.
I mean, this moment is probably one of the few highlights of the
Chow
game.
just said chow, man. I mean, the guy, he was supposed to fly away, but it's akin to looking up and spitting up in the air. You're gonna have to avoid that. He couldn't.
Yeah, I want to take this moment to also highlight that for GOW, they also acquired Izagot for this World Series,
That's
which
true.
is one of the best acquisition if you are in Vietnam, in the Vietnam Free Fire scene,
Yeah.
because this guy was previously with Ego Esports doing FFSI and is one of the most valuable players in the entire league. So the fact that he got picked up and he put up such a clinic in the World Series opening round really shows that there's a lot of value in him as an individual, and GOW made a fantastic choice.
Well, I'm kind of excited to see what happens next because we have been surprised with our first game of the day and we've still got 5 more games to go. So we have to kind of consider what's going to happen going into game number 2 because, of course, the teams that got eliminated early on, they're going to have a moment to sort of have a team talk, figure out what went wrong. Is it a case of where they dropped? Because we also don't have information on whether or not these teams have scrimmed. If they have, how many teams have they scrimmed against? How many games have they managed to get in? Are they working with a lot of information or are they in the dark just like we are? Because, you know, as much as we want to say that we know everything about these teams, we know that some of the teams are going to come into the World Series and play completely different compared to what they used to because teams, of course, are going to use information from their qualifiers to research them.
It's just a little unfortunate for Furious Gaming towards the very end because Pocho had a great opportunity to turn the tides against the opponents. Unfortunately, the guy with the grenade launcher just runs out in the open, gets sniped down, and instantly the defense gets broken down, right?
Yes.
So Furious Gaming, if they just had played their positioning a little bit better, just kind of tightened up the defense with those glue walls, things could have been a little different.
They were actually contesting the scuffle between GOW and Magic Squad, but a lot of the attention from Furious Gaming was actually put onto Magic Squad instead of GOW.
Yeah.
And like you mentioned, right, Pocho, he had the grenade launcher. I believe he ran out of ammunition. He even got the Sonya reset with the ability, but still was not able to clutch it out in time.
You know,
I mean, the Sonya reset is great, but it gives you 3 seconds.
3 seconds. And if you mess up those 3 seconds, you're out.
Yeah. We've got an interview segment. Let's check out exactly what the winners have to say.
Where we get to dive into each player emotion and what just happened in the previous game. And now I'm with the first winner of this first match in the knockout day 1 with God of Wolf. Congratulations! First of all, how do you feel to be the first team that got booyah in these competitions?
Bạn nghĩ gì khi mà là người mở bát booyah cho cả cái giải đấu này?
Dạ, tụi em rất là hồi hộp và cũng không nghĩ tới là mình đạt được cái booyah đầu tiên à.
We were really nervous and we didn't think that we could get the first booyah, so it was a surprise.
Ooh, but your team has a lot of elimination in the first game. Is that your best lineup yet?
Team mình là đạt được rất nhiều kill ở trận đầu tiên. Thì cái lineup này có phải là lineup tốt nhất của cả team không?
Dạ chắc vậy ạ.
Yes, it is the best lineup for his team.
Okay, so we have a lot of regionals competing in this Free Fire World Series 2023. And which region is your biggest enemy and why?
Khu vực nào là khu vực đối thủ mà em coi là mạnh nhất? Và vì sao?
Dạ em nghĩ là Thái Lan ạ. Tại bên họ rất là kiểu kỹ năng 4-4 rất là mạnh. Và kiểu chiến thuật của bọn họ rất là trong những trận chung kết, những game cuối á, họ rất là cháy.
They think that Thailand is the best region because their gameplay is really good and they are really competitive during the combat.
And which team you think you can beat easily?
Em nghĩ đội nào bọn em có thể chiến thắng một cách dễ dàng khi mà tranh đấu? Đội nào nữa? AGG.
Dạ Hot Shot, AGG với WASK.
He think they can easily beat Hotshot,
Wow.
All Glory Gaming,
Ooh.
and WASP team.
Hot Shot, All Glory Gaming, and WAS team. You must be aware from God of Wolf. And lastly, can you send some message to your fans in Vietnam and who are supporting and rooting for you guys?
Gửi một vài lời cho fan hâm mộ ở Việt Nam.
Dạ mọi người ở Việt Nam nhớ ủng hộ bọn em và coi bọn em chiến đấu nhé.
Oh, with your mini heart as well. So congratulations and thank you so much and hope to see your team back here in the interviewing room next time. Thank you. Congratulations. God of Wolf is a god. Back to you, Shoutcaster.
That live set is sick.
I was going to say, the man says he's nervous. He looks confident as heck to me.
In FFSI, we literally said, is a god
He
of Free
is.
Fire. I mean, the guy just has got his mechanical skills down to the T. We saw those engagements earlier on. Those players had nothing on him, I believe you were saying during the interview as well.
Yeah.
Even the MCPS squad expand couldn't really do much against the guy.
Man pulled off a 1v4 against, I think, a Thai team or Indonesian team back in FFSI. So if there's anything that's beyond him, I think we need to look harder for it.
Yeah.
But also, I want to just get it out of the way as fast as I can. Anyone who picks on hot shot will definitely feel really confident.
Well,
No offense to
Come
hot
on,
shot, but
Pakistan.
come on,
You gotta
guys.
rise up to the occasion, okay? They have called you out.
you know, sometimes you need to be called out to rise at all, right? Sometimes you need to have that flame reignited, and maybe that might be what the team needs to really come to terms with, like, okay, we might have a problem here, but it's now actually time to fix it. Now, guys, we are going to jump into game number 2 very, very soon, and it's going to be, I think for some teams, they're looking to try and make a comeback because they're not satisfied with their placements. Now, of course, there are a couple teams we know that are not happy with game number 1, but let's name 3 of them. Who do you think dropped way too soon in
MIBR.
game number 1?
Buriram United.
No, Buriram United is understandable. They are late bloomers. They take a while to come online.
Yeah.
MIBR, I think that one is a team. That is the
Oh.
team that definitely felt really bad getting knocked out in 11th place when they had a pretty decent start. But then when we look back at game 1, it's also pretty evident that some of these players right out the gates have been landing these shots and getting a lot of that knockdowns for their teams.
Mr. Waggers waving in the elimination leaders. Dian from God of Wolf with the 5 eliminations on the board. That's pretty nasty coming out of the guy.
Pretty nasty. But I have to say, though, the eliminations are pretty even across the board for a lot of these teams, right? I think some of us, we're very used to seeing certain teams in their regions just dominate and grab all the eliminations. So we are really seeing how close the skill gap is when you are putting the best of the best against each other.
I tell you the best part about this screen is that there's only one player who was on the world stage last year, and that's actually Gio from Magic Squad, one of the few veterans. Everyone else is actually kind of a fresh name on the world stage.
I wonder if or not Furious Gaming was able to sneak away that number 1 spot just purely through the elimination numbers that they got there. But before that, Dian, 1,759 average damage from the 5 eliminations that he brought in. The A124 was a game changer for sure as he approached that final battle with Furious Gaming, disabling each and every single one of their active as well as passive skills. There was just nothing much that they could do about that except deal with the situation with their weapons.
Now, we are going to take a look at the Booyah team comp here, gentlemen. Now, what do you feel like was a major aspect for this team's success going into this game number 1?
This is actually a very aggressive lineup. You have 2 Tatsuyas and A124 to disable your opponent's active abilities, and you have JB, you have Dimitri. For GOW, it's all about if we find a momentum, we're running straight into you. This is why you can see them rushing at Furious Gaming, rushing at Magic Squad, because they have the tools to do so.
And you also have the Awakened Andrew there being run by Dian as well as Di Kwang. He is going to give you that extra bit of layer in terms of defense, but surprisingly, not a very strong sniper setup that Raphael's just not on the side of Wally, perhaps in game number 2.
So would you say that this sort of contributes to their general playstyle as a team, where they're not sort of focused on range, but more about close quarter combat, or is it a case of just rushing at their opponents? Because they did, I mean, in that last game, right, they didn't focus so much on range. It was more about getting in the face of Furious Gaming.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty fair assessment, right? Because back then, everyone was running Chrono and Skylar, so you don't really get to enjoy the luxury of a diverse team comp. But right now, you have, like AJ mentioned, you have things like Raphael. You can choose to play long range with Iris, but you can also play close range with Tatsuya and Orion.
Well, just 1 point ahead is God of Wolf. So we do have the Booyah team snatching that first place away. But Furious Gaming, though, they put up an amazing fight in that last game. 20 points, sure, they're just 1 point behind in terms of getting that first place. But I mean, Furious Gaming they have to be so happy with how well they did in that first game.
I'd be happy if I get 20 points, but I was in second place, right?
Yeah.
That means you got like, what, 11 eliminations? That is not easy to achieve.
It's a
I
great
think I would
start.
be furious because you get that close but not be able to get the job done. I think Pocho would be a tad bit disappointed with his own performance there. He had the RGS 50 as well to really bring those players apart, but I think just the timing of that defensive maneuver around, it just seemed a little bit too scrappy. The players were running all over the place. They weren't really as put together as what God of Wolf was like, right? I mean, that flank, 3 players, such beautiful maneuvering, kind of caught them off guard.
And the only reason they were able to just run straight at Furious Gaming, even though Furious Gaming was setting up clue walls and lobbing grenade launcher shots at them, was because, again, double Tatsuya and a Dimitri, right? Like, what are you going to do about it? You can't hold them back for an extended period of time. You gotta fight head on.
Yeah. And I still think that could have been pretty much on the side of Furious Gaming. It was just all about the timing, right? Because yes, the Tatsuya burst running straight towards you. You just needed one good grenade connection. But
Actually, the biggest difference maker that we didn't mention was actually Volley, who was playing the supportive role from long range, and she was the one keeping Furious Gaming at bay, right? Furious Gaming had their own supportive sniper on the side, and he got shut down very quickly. So I think Volley also deserves a lot of credit.
That's true.
Yeah, if you're able to break down the enemy's team comp, right? They're left scrambling, panic starts to kick in, and it's like, well, unless you can guarantee you're the better shot than your enemy, sometimes you're just going to lose in those skirmishes.
Yeah. And I think they just didn't have the right equipment, the right guns in that situation to really take that fight up against God of Wolf. But, you know, I'm not going to really hold my breath because this has just been match number 1. We still have Purgatory to put all of the teams to the test.
Yes, and I do believe we are just about ready to jump into Purgatory. So hopefully the teams, if they've been disappointed with game number 1, hopefully they've had their bit of a pep talk. Because remember, I think some of the viewers are not going to know this, the coaches are not allowed in the booths with the players whilst the game is happening.
Correct,
So this is where the advantage of having a coach is going to kick in for some of these teams. They need their pep talk, they need that outside point of view to figure out what went wrong in game number 1 and to try and fix it somehow in game number 2. So I'm really keen to see what kind of changes we're going to look at. Maybe we see a bit of a mental flip for some of these teams. Some of them might need a bit of a 180 motivational talk at this point because things are looking a little bit down here, but we still have plenty of time. I kind of want to ask your opinions, guys. After what has happened in game number 1, do you think your top 3 predictions may have changed? I know we didn't change it yet, but do you think there's anyone that you're kind of thinking like, oh, I kind of want to take this back?
I'm taking BRU off.
Whoa!
I'm putting C Triple G in because I think, you know, based on you know what we discussed early on, these are late bloomers. I'm not too worried about them not making it, but I want to look at teams that we don't talk about too much, right? Teams that are going to be very happy if they get early points. I think C Triple G is one of those aggressive squads that finish mid-tier in round number 1, but they are one of those few teams that are able to deliver the hurt when they need to.
No God of Wolf, anybody? No?
Not yet.
Not yet.
I like God of Wolf, but I think game number 1 went their way in many ways. I just want to see consistency out of any team out there. That, of course, includes God of Wolf as well. Perhaps if they can hit a back-to-back booyah, I will change my prediction for game 3.
I know Husky would definitely change his prediction. This man changes the bandwagon so fast.
Don't say that.
You have to understand. I carried this curse for 2 years and I broke it, okay?
It's just day 1. It's just game number 1.
Don't worry. I have a lot of teams I'm looking out for, but when you want me to pick 3 out of 18 teams, it's not easy.
Okay, technically
3 out of 12.
12 because we're only looking at the 12 that are playing today, right? So... Alright, so it looks like game number 2 is ready. So let's head on over to Purgatory to see what's going to be happening for game number 2. Who's going to rise and who may potentially fall for this next game, because new map means new promises for some of these teams, right? This is where map specialization is going to start to kick in because some teams just perform better on certain maps.
What do you call these things?
Pods.
I don't know, Cybertrucks.
Cybertrucks?
Pods?
I'm calling them pods.
Okay, pods on track. And we are about to drive the pods into the initial flight. Let's see exactly who's going to be able to fly all the way into that final circle. If they get lucky enough to guess where that final circle is going to be at the very start of the game. I guess...
I'm going to make the bet now. It's going to have to be a river circle.
It's
classic Purgatory. It has to be a river circle.
Why would you curse people like
because
that?
Every time I say it, it happens.
I mean, this is the world stage, right? If they truly are the best players, they have to be able to adapt in the toughest of situations.
And flip the 50-50 on which side of the river you're on.
You cannot shoot at people when you are in the water. I think the water needs to go. They need to just suck all the water out of the map.
No. That takes away what makes this map unique.
No, I do not agree.
I just don't agree.
I think
Wait.
the sheer size of the map is more than enough to make it unique.
Don't
Take
worry,
the water
I
out.
have an idea. Maybe they should have a new map called the Archipelago, and it's just multiple islands.
Oh my goodness. And then they add new vehicles, which is battleships. And all of a sudden, these teams are fighting each other on battleships.
It's motorboats.
I was going to say, maybe they could change Purgatory a little bit. Instead of, being Purgatory, it could be winter. They freeze the rivers.
Free
But that
Fire
would be
World Series
Alpine.
2024. We will have 8 maps available to play, courtesy of your customers.
It might happen, gentlemen. All right, we are heading on through our flight path for this game, and it's going to be a east to west side of the map. And it's pretty high up as well. And look at that, the high tier loot zone on the other side. It's going to be a very long flight path for anyone that does decide to drop that way. But so far, not looking at any major hot drops yet.
Flight path making the teams work for that blue circle all the way at Quarry. Magic Squad not going to be able to fly all the way, perhaps inside of Brasilia.
Oh,
they
but
can
hang
settle.
on.
But Buriram
Ooh.
United, it looks like they want to play some soccer in that blue circle.
I mean, what a drop as well. A complete uncontested. Can't say the same for Furious Gaming though. Mojo
Oh!
it shows up, covers for his teammate, but unfortunately Stark, he's arrived. MIBR, they're about to redeem themselves for the catastrophic round number 1, and they are wiping the floor with Furious Gaming. Unknown, he's just crawling for his life. Stark 10, alive with what, 1 HP?
Oh
and
my
FG
goodness.
is gone.
A complete 180 for Furious Gaming, unfortunately. First team eliminated, and they weren't able to pick anything. Oh my goodness, RRQ even coming into play as well. Is this actually going to be a major misplay coming in?
What? Now RRQ just in the right place at the right time. Habari goes down. Zhao, beautiful shots. Krillin's going to be backing him up as well against GOW as WAG hops on into battle as well.
God of Wolf?
Volley. Beautiful stuff. He manages to back away as Izagot and Dian are tagged up. And it's going to be the Parang that comes right out from Dian.
Man, straight up just public execution from this match. Absolutely no mercy towards WAG. Just like that, within 2 minutes, we have lost 2 full squads.
My goodness, God of Wolf, these guys are playing like a pack of wolves. They are so coordinated and they are so bloodthirsty. They've just been getting elimination after elimination.
You can thank the flight path for that. I mean,
Yeah,
just
definitely.
skewing everybody towards the north part of the map. But now, Buriram United have an opportunity to drop by and say hello to the God of Wolf. But the squad is split up, so this will have to be a tough decision by the squad. Wasana will be able to catch one out in the open. Has got the double revolver in hand, and Moshi helps him out from the back as well. God of Wolf from afar. A little bit of crossfire is set up, but they are not close enough to punish Buriram.
Longest elimination distance, 92 meters by Moshi. I believe it was the earlier shot just now. But they only took out a scout from GOW. I say a scout, but I actually found the rest of GOW. Finding the back of Dian, he is pincered by 2 members of BRU, and he is also gone.
Okay, I think God of Wolf, they are going to be regretting their decision here to go for that split because they had such a great start going into this game. And now with only 2 players remaining and they could be pincered in by Buriram, this would be catastrophic if this team actually ends game number 2 in 11th.
Wasana, the rusher of Buriram United. Wally caught out in the open. Izagot backs away. Can flank around and help out his team member. Wasana needs to finish the job instantly. M1887 in hand. He's got the opportunity to kind of keep them in a tight little corner, but God of Wolf is just going to say bye-bye.
Yeah, if you're Izagot, you just run. Like, don't care what happens to Volley. He is going to buy time. You just run for the hills and try to get something done. But I say that GOW, they're not done just yet. Duang, he just revived and he's starting to support his team from this high ground.
Parafal in hand, good range with this gun. He is able to tag up a couple of players, but not too much. Jonah manages to circle around him, and he goes in for the rush. It's going to be get high with the Bison as well. Can't find the trade out. And Di Kwang should have just stayed silent.
Man, Buriram, they are awakening. This team is angry after what's happened in game number 1. And to be able to cripple God of Wolf as well, this is going to limit what this team can do up until they can actually get these revives in for the team. So a big change coming into this match with the 2 leaders for game number 1 being either eliminated or severely crippled.
Man, right after I removed them from my list, they woke up. So I found the catalyst.
You!
It was me. I was the problem.
Oh my gosh, Husky.
No
the curse
comment.
never ends.
No comment. No comment. Buriram United. Now they can anticipate perhaps 4 more free points, but early shots from Wasana just to keep them at bay. A couple of warning shots should be able to keep the team as far away as possible if they do choose to rush Buriram United. I'm betting a 8-point great start for the team.
Yeah, you know Wasana is a diamond in the rough when right after the FFSI, Buriram just picked him up, just took him away from Magic Esports and then placed him in their own team. And he has been performing incredibly well since then. I think the last we saw him was the All-Star match. They were all having fun at the time, but it was Wasana's debut. So it's finally great to see him on the on an official stage with the team.
Getting him all polished up. And of course, it has to be the world stage of all places.
Yeah. Replacing God Cruz, and God Cruz, regardless of the reason for his departure, might be a little upset with his replacement because nobody's missing him at all.
Hey man, if I won 1.3 mil, I wouldn't be upset. I accept for retirement.
Fair enough.
He did that in 2 years. Less than 2 years actually.
That's with the AC-80. 2 drones out of the air. One from C-Triple-G, and now RRQ Kazu. They know exactly who they need to deal with that high ground advantage. C-Triple-G breaking apart in a 1-3 split. Let's see if or not they can get this high ground advantage away from RRQ. 3 players right in front of us, but where is the 4th player from the side of RRQ?
Are they on a different rooftop? No, they're on the ground. Okay. So 2 players on the roof, 2 players on the ground. Now, here's the issue with this kind of placement, okay? If RRQ gets knocked out on the rooftop, it's going to be a pretty interesting game to try and get that revive off.
Megalot! Grenade will not be tossed out just yet. One more. M82B in hand. Same gun in the hands of Legalot. He gets tagged up from the right-hand side. No connection from Legalot until that 50% of that HP taken away. And a good glue wall to block out further damage. He saves his own health.
I wonder where's Abe though. He's going to play an important role. On the other hand, BRU, they have just found AGG. Look at Wasana, the Tatsuya dash about to kick into action. They are rushing in from multiple angles. That lost the grenade. Unfortunately for Stewart, not dealing enough damage. And Sebasi is in a bit of a pickle with all these utilities lobbed at him. So AGG got to reposition.
Yeah, AGG is actually only playing with 3 players as well because one of their players is actually still in that blue zone. So not really in the best position to try and defend their teams. But look at this though, Buriram looking to go in for a rush now. They are feeling confident.
Yeah, it's a smart play from AGG. Lopez just holding on to that revival platform in case things do go south in a 3v4. AGG is going to be right back in the game. But Lopez running out of time. Let's circle, damaging him up. Cluster, Wasana barely tickled by that. AGG needs to find a way around the 2-time world champs.
Yeah, Lopez needs to find value by starting to land some shots right now because this battle is starting to move away from where he can see, where he has line of sight. Look at that, AGG completely displaced. It's going to be a 1-for-1 trade. Wasana and Serba will drop down, Joel. Lovely flank from the side to keep Wasana down. Joel still standing with 1 HP. Heals up with the inhaler. Get needs to clean it up. Actually, Lopez finally getting the snipe onto Jonah. BRU losing 2 already. Moshi dashing forward with the Tatsuya. Get high cleaning up Joel. BRU still alive with 2. And I mean, Lopez got to start to run.
Straight circle around for that vending machine. Buriram United, they are rich enough to buy back their 2 partners, Wasana as well as Jonah. And we all know exactly how important Captain Jonah is to the squad, not just from the capability out there on the battlefield, but the way he just pumps their adrenaline up. The greatest trash talker of the Free Fire World Series, hands down.
So there we go. We've got the buyback for the team. So Buriram, they are settled. They are good for the rest of this game. But we do see a bit of a stalemate situation here because Genius, he can't really move anywhere.
Ooh. Oh, what a bounce.
This could be the end for him.
It looks like it.
GOW brought the whole team back in the meantime, but Thorad will find elimination number 3 at least. Still tanking the circle though, so a bit of a distance to travel. Thank goodness there's a vehicle.
X-First Raiders Eclipse, now in the name of Thorad. MIBR on the other hand, opportunity made in Brazil. But now they want to make it for Brazil. Brazil hasn't really won a World Series for a very, very long time now. Thailand has been hogging it.
Yeah, they won the very first one.
Yeah.
In their home crowd in Sao Paulo.
That is correct.
Was, with DJ Arlo performing. That was quite an occasion.
That was lit.
Is that a sign then? If you've got home ground advantage, you're just going to take the cup?
Absolutely. I mean, no
Thailand
doubt.
won 2 in Singapore, so...
Okay. Then again,
well, you
don't really have a lot of Singaporean squads going out there, so...
They just became temporary Singaporeans.
It is a big year for Brazil though, right? Because we had 3 teams from Brazil, but only one of them is a returning team, and that's Magic Squad. You know, K isn't here, unfortunately, and that was the team that lost out a trophy by, what, 4 points last year? So I think Magic Squad, as a representative, is going to have a lot of pressure, but MIBR as well, really stepping it up in this round too.
Jonas clicking in here with the assists, but he hasn't really been able to find many of those finishes. Guys still warming up alongside the rest of Buriram United. But we've seen enough of this squad to know that this is not their best. They're still pretty much fooling around out there on the battlefield. When they do get serious though, that's exactly when the party starts.
That's if they can get serious in this game. Now, we do have God of Wolf here. They do run into a bit of a skirmish here, but no full commitment yet. They're trying to think like, okay, is this going to be a good fight for us? And it looks like they're thinking about it, but look at this though. There are multiple teams within the vicinity. This can get dangerous really fast.
Come on!
And
what a shot by Action! God of Wolf,
Oh,
they teased the Pakistanis moments ago. Down on the ground. Come on, Hot Shot
my
Esports!
gosh.
Turn the tables around. Call them out right back for calling you out moments ago. Izagod trying to save the rest of his team members. Anas from the back. AWM in hand has the M82B. Who carries a double sniper out there? Anas does. RGS 50 in hand as well. And the rest of God of Wolf back away.
Oh man, what a pincer from Hotshot. Volley also gets knocked. There is a trip mine by the window. Hotshot, they might get caught off guard, but at least they've taken out enough members from GOW. That was so unlucky. AGG was nearby watching this. Volley wanted to rush and got gunned down by AGG from 10 miles away. And this was the reason that Hotshot now has the advantage. Can Izagod pull off a miracle again against 3 members of Hotshot? Not this time, buddy. Not this time. Hotshot survives. And I wonder what Izagod say in the interview just now. That Hotshot is an easy team to beat?
Wow.
Hot Shots just have got one thing to say. Don't run your mouth when we come here to play. Hotshot, what a beautiful turnaround. Punishing God of Wolf, taking them out of the equation. 9th spot. Just for running their mouths a tad bit.
Hunting season, AJ. An absolute hunting season for Hot Shots. This team is going to make that comeback happen. But we're going to have to see if they can continue on with this streak, because to be able to eliminate such a strong team this early on, maybe we're in for a bit of a surprise with Hot Shots. But we are seeing the circle move in here, and look at how claustrophobic this area is. We have 3 teams, 4 teams occupying this section of that circle.
Jokes aside, though, they can't really see the kill feed, so they have no idea exactly who they engaged with out there on the battlefield. But they'll take it. I'm pretty sure game number 2 is going to give the Pakistanis a huge boost in confidence. But the circle now, torturing everybody. And you asked for this, Danny! You asked for the water circle!
My goodness, this island is about to turn into a war zone. Look at that MIBR against C-Triple-G. Peter, where is he? He is gone from this round before it even begun. MIBR finding some refuge. Meanwhile, Hotshot just flying into AGG. I believe wiped them out as well. AGG still has standing members, as Thorad is also in the vicinity now, firing at MIBR.
Oh my goodness, gentlemen. I don't know if we can see the circle right now, but this is going to be a massive coin flip for these teams, because it is almost dead center, a little bit more towards the western side though, and these teams are going to have to figure out how the heck do we get over to the other side. But before that though, they're going to have to try and find a free entry point to that river, and with all of these teams just battling it out, I think this is just going to be an absolute mess.
The blue is really messing up MIBR. They could not get through.
Oh my
They got
goodness.
trapped behind their own blue walls. They are all gonna go down one by one. Oh no, Rigby is in the Orion form trying to siphon some help from North. Goes back to the Orion form, actually finds the knock, but still has a lot more work to do. Rigby, can he actually pull this off? Hush on the other hand, finding Darko out in the open, and Thorad goes out first.
Thorad out of the equation. How unfortunate that engagement just moments ago. Millions of glue wall melters, none of them finding that perfect connection, and they all get trapped outside with their own glue wall.
Do it!
Hot shot! One more shot needed, and the guy doesn't take it at all. Anna 69 puts the final bullet in the coffin, and they are going to move on to that final circle. Buriram United, on the other hand, a little bit too strong with a full squad and 9 eliminations towards the final.
What are the odds of that circle going to the eastern side of that river?
I swear to God, Danny, I will personally vote for you to not be included in any one of the broadcasts when Purgatory is involved, okay? Stop asking for those waters. Thank goodness.
This is probably the
What
end
do
of
you
the road
mean,
for
thank
Hotshot.
goodness?
This
Oh,
is probably
jeez.
the end of the road for Hotshot.
It
because
is,
there's no way
unfortunately.
they're getting through. But man, top 4 is not that bad, honestly.
For this team, unexpected. I think that's probably the best way to put it. Unexpected. But now this is going to be a really tough fight for these teams because now it's going to come down to the macro game. Do they have the glue walls? Do they have the glue wall melters? What resources and what guns do they have that's going to give them the advantage to get in that next circle because it's very open. They can only rely on those trees as their main form of free cover.
And this is why Buriram United, your two-time world champs, instead of focusing all of their firepower towards RRQ, they're chipping away at Magic Squad. Finally, Magic Squad takes their opponents from the right-hand side out of the equation. Buriram United setting up the attack. Magic Squad slowly on the approach, but a high ground advantage with the team of Buriram.
Man, fate is a cruel mistress. They meet again, but in the final circle this time. The second time that MGS makes it into the final 2, but it's a 4v4 fight, and like you said, AJ, BRU, they have the high ground. Name being tossed out by Jonah. That one is not going to connect onto Bobs. Unfortunately, that dual melter is really stopping Moshi from taking cover as well. Yago slowly moving forward, got some shot onto Get High. Moshi trying to chip away at the Helva puts in, but cannot land the damage, and that is not good because Magic Squad are showing up. GU in the Orion form, pops in and out, catches Jonah with the timing, finds the Sonya shield, stays alive. This guy on his last legs, still fighting on. MGS going in, GU down, and they have wiped out Buriram. And this is what I've been telling you guys, Magic Squad back at the top.
Back at the top indeed, for the time being at the very least. Representing Brazil, Magic Squad works their magic on the two-time world champs in a clean 4v4 fight. And in fact, they sorted out RRQ as well. So definitely the biggest winners of game number 2.
We're getting a lot of variety with these booyahs so far. We have not seen Thailand manage to secure that booyah, but we have seen Vietnam, we have seen Brazil. When is Thailand going to get their first booyah? And when is Indonesia going to get their first booyah? Because surprisingly, unfortunately for this region, there are 3 teams representing Indonesia, and we haven't seen too much success from this region yet.
I think Thailand's just one of those teams where they say, don't really mind if we don't get that booyah, as long as we get those podium finishes as well as a decent number of eliminations, because usually towards the end of the competition, they find a way to catch up.
I believe someone on the side of RQ Kazu or MIBI was using a homer because right as Furious Gaming dropped, someone got tagged for like what, 20 damage, and this was what ensued. MIBI just swooped in and wiped them out.
Yeah, so a bit of an interesting scenario in this match as well, right? We saw the top contenders for the last round getting eliminated more or less right off the bat. It was either one of the first teams eliminated or somewhere towards the middle of the pack, right? God of Wolf as well as Furious Gaming not doing too well in this match, but we did see some big recovery for teams that struggled in our previous round. So things are slowly starting to equalize, but we haven't really seen any sort of meta or trends, but we are starting to see how these teams are performing just for today. Now, unfortunately, we are going to run into a situation where the teams are going to be limited in how much they can adapt to their opponents because we are not looking at any repeat maps aside from the random map. But even then, I don't think the teams are going to know what map it is until they are flying.
Oh yes, I think that is the scariest part. I feel like, you know, Garena has been able to add some elements of excitement when it comes down to the random map. You just jump in and you realize that, oh god, this is the map that I did not perform on, but I gotta play it again.
Hotshot versus God of Wolf. That's my personal highlight from this game.
Yep.
This is exactly why when someone asks you a question to put you in the spot, who's the weakest team? Who do you think you've got an easy fight against? You just answer nobody.
Nobody.
Everybody's good.
I respect everybody.
We love everyone.
To be fair, that's a pretty good response if someone wants to go for that, right? Because you are, in essence, showing respect to all the competition. Not to say that God of Wolf didn't. I'm pretty sure everyone competing is respecting all of the competitors. It's just, you know, maybe they thought
level of
I
respect
had
is
to
different.
answer someone. I had to say a team.
And to be fair, for me, I don't mind the answer at all.
was
Even though
fine.
to some people it's a low-hanging fruit. Because at the end of the day, this is what gives them personality, right?
Yeah.
And to be also very fair to God of Wolf, they got wiped out not solely because of Hotshot. It's because AGG decided to stick their foot in halfway through and actually wiped out GOW for Hotshot.
You're not going to take that away from Hotshot, man. We are standing by for an interview segment with the winners of lobby number 2. Unfortunate for Buriram United, right? They got so close to the mic, and Jonah wanted to run his mouth again, but he doesn't get the chance. We'll be right back after this.
You are now back with me on in an interview room, and we are here with another winner who dreams to be Free Fire World Series Championship, and he one step closer to that. Welcome, Mr. Yago from Magic Squad, and congratulations. Let me ask you, who was the key player of your team in previous game?
Parabéns pelo Buia. Quem foi o principal jogador do seu time nessa queda?
Então, o principal do meu time nessa queda foi o Bobs, né? Ele coordenou tudo no final do time aí e fez a gente dar esse buia aí.
Thank you. The main player was Bobs. He was coordinating all our actions during the end game. So he was the main player to get the Booyah.
In the last game, God of Whoop said that Magic Squad was one of the easiest team that they can beat. So what do you have to say about that?
Dos times falou que vocês eram dos times mais fáceis de serem batidos aqui. O que você tem para dizer para eles?
Mano, o que eu tenho a dizer pra eles é boa sorte, né? A gente vai mostrar no trabalho aí, na bala, e é isso.
What we have to say to them is good luck trying to beat us, and we'll show our work with the fire.
Intimidating. And in your opinion, who was the strongest and weakest opinion in each team, among the teams?
Na sua opinião, quais são os times mais fortes e os mais fracos do FFWS?
Mano, o mais forte assim, a ser batida é a Buriram, né? Que os caras é o último campeão mundial aí, então eles têm que ser abatidos. E fraco não tem, mano. Nós tá aqui no melhor nível aqui do FFWS.
The best team is Buriram, since they are the actual world champions and we are here to beat them. And there is no weak team since we have all the high-level teams for Free Fire in the World Championship.
Right, and now the competition is holding here in Bangkok City, Thailand. Do you like Bangkok so far?
O que você tá achando de Bangkok até agora?
Mano, gostei de tudo, velho. Só o ruim é que é o calor, né? Mas de resto, tudo maravilhoso. Uma experiência única estar aqui. Eu tenho que agradecer a Deus mesmo.
He likes everything. Only it's a bit too hot during the days. But it's an amazing experience, a unique experience, and they are loving everything and thanking God for the opportunity.
Oh wow, and I hope you achieve your dream as a championship of Free Fire World Series this year. Good luck to you guys, good luck to your teams, and thank you so much. Back to you, Shoutcaster.
Respectable answers. And I think like all three of us, whether he was like, we don't see anybody as weak, respect.
No, that's how you handle a question like that.
Depends
You
on-
don't want to get top out in the next match.
Dude, someone's about to get beat up after today.
I mean, it depends on who you want to be, right? I'm pretty sure if Jonah was asked the same questions, he would go all in.
He'll be like, everybody but us is weak.
Wow, do you think so?
He'll probably say that.
We should pull out some clips of him during FFSI because he was trash talking everyone.
But at this rate, someone should text him and be like, hey, can you guys win the game? Because
Nah.
it hasn't happened yet, right? I mean, at the end of the day, that is the goal for Buriram. They're trying to not really redeem themselves, but they have to maintain their honor because there's pressure being a two-time champion. There's so many expectations for you to perform, and I think, you know, it's not saying that they're performing bad, but I think people are expecting more from Buriram.
This year hasn't really been, I wouldn't say not a good year, but they definitely were not at the top all the time, right? You have teams like E-Arena, you have teams like Magic Esports also stepping up in terms like FFSI, even in the local league. So in that sense, I think Buriram definitely have faced a lot, some challenges. Teams are improving over time. Even when you look at the elimination leaders, Magic Squad, they have 2 members on the board with Bob 7 as the MVP of the round.
One elimination, total damage of 2,400. That's exactly how you know you're doing a lot out there on the battlefield when you're not walking away with the heavy number of eliminations, but the most amount of impact, right? That A1 to 4, this is why Bobs is just so dangerous. He runs on in there, disables everybody else, that Awaken Alvaro as well, torturing people with the clusters over their heads. Bobs just knows how to get the job done.
It provides that the sustainable fire for the team, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes you just have to have that one person to do the damage, and then your headshotter to get that final nail in the coffin to get the eliminations. But okay, we've got team comp here. Now, what are we sort of looking at here for Magic Squad in terms of team comp?
I mean, we see some blast of the past. Skylar not picked as much anymore, but it's good to see that the teams from different regions have different ideas on how to utilize a character like this, right? Skylar, Raphael, and Awaken Moko, it tells you everything you need to know about Yago. Long range snipe, I shoot you, you go down, you instantly get eliminated.
Yeah, and this is a really smart combo because Skylar's Riptide Rhythm doesn't really hit you instantly. It takes a little bit of time to travel across the battlefield. So if you can whip out your sniper instantaneously right after you let go of that Riptide Rhythm, you're going to be able to hit a shot. Raphael's going to get that instant bleed and take a opponent out of the equation. Very handy in that final circle. Brilliant setup from Yago.
Even
Brilliant
the
setup.
Moko, right, gives you the ping. So
Yeah.
even if you get ping and you put up a glue wall, boom, Skylar Riptide Rhythm.
Yeah.
Right after that, followed by a Raphael. That's it. That's an easy pick off.
Yep. Now we do have the game standings ready, so let's see how many points teams were able to net in their second round of the day, because we've completed 2 games, we've got 4 more to go, and Magic Squad, they got the booyah, they got the kill, they got the elimination, so 21 points on the leaderboard. Got to be very happy with their performance.
Yeah.
In the meantime though, Buriram, they are making their comeback, 19 points in second place, and in third place we have RRQ. Now this was a bit of a surprise, as this team didn't really show themselves too much up until that late game scenario, netting themselves 16 points for the round. But Hotshots, that was a bit of a surprise. 15 points. I don't think anybody expected this.
Yeah, solid round from the Pakistanis, but of course on the second page, not a lot of points here, except for All Glory Gaming walking away with the 3 eliminations at the 6 placement points, giving them a total of 9. Furious Gaming met a very early end in the hands of MIBR, so that's a little unfortunate for them. Looking for a comeback in game number 3 from the Argentinians.
And WASK having a rough time both rounds, not really finding any success at all. We gotta take a look at the overall standing as well, because I believe that only Magic Squad has been able to hit the golden ratio of 20 and above points for 2 rounds in a row. Actually, no, they only won one of the rounds. Either way, 35 total points with 1 booyah in the bag. That is very impressive.
A great lead for the team. Now, I do want to remind our viewers that we are only looking at groups A and B.
Yeah.
So for the teams that have nothing on the right side of the screen, those are all teams in Group C. We will not see them play until tomorrow. We are focusing on the top 12 right now, as all of these teams have played 2 games. But I have to say though, for Magic Squad, a fantastic start to the day, already netting themselves a very significant lead, considering that we've played 2 games.
14
I'm
and
not sure if
21.
it's just me that I don't think 35 is the right amount. It should be 41 because they got 20 in game 1 and 21 in game 2. No, I'll get that check. I mean, they're in first place, so that's all that matters, right? The team that I have in mind to perform and be consistent. You know, so far they're doing well, and it is a veteran team, and again the only returning representative from Brazil.
Well, let's see if or not they can keep that heat up, because obviously they will want to put up a really strong fight on day number 1. But it's not just about day number 1. We've got 6 days of the group stage, 4 days of play for each and every single group. Let's see if or not they can maintain this consistency at least for the day before Buriram United turns the heat up just a tad bit, right? Not really performing in game 1, making the comeback in game number 2, perhaps a booyah in game number 3.
That might
Can't
be the
put that
sign.
past them.
Well, I mean, Husky said it, right? This is a team that needs a little bit of time to warm up. So
Yeah.
we'll have to see if that's going to be enough. But for us, we are going to have a small break. So make sure you come back, because we do have some more Free Fire coming your way. And welcome back to week 1, day 1 of the Free Fire World Series 2023. We've just wrapped up our first 2 games of the day for teams in Group A and B, and we still have 4 more games to go. My name is Danielle, and of course joining me are my wonderful partners in crime, the Mustachio AJ as well as Husky. Gentlemen, we've had 2 fantastic games so far, 2 unpredictable outcomes, I think we could say. We've got plenty more time to see more, but I want to hear your thoughts. What do you think is going to kind of happen in game number 3? Because the teams are starting to get used to their opponent's play style, right? You're going to spend a whole day playing against them. Some teams are happy with their performance, other teams are disappointed. What are you kind of doing here if you're a team that's sort of in the middle, you're not hitting your mark?
All you need to do is just avoid all of the engagement as best as possible. Try to, as much as possible, get that loot and get into that final circle before you start to pop off. I mean, you have to follow the pathway of God of Wolf. They did that for the first game, and they didn't luck out, but they made real good use of that because your utilities for that final circle gameplay is going to be good enough and strong.
And sometimes when you know that you are not able to contest for top 3, all you have to remember is top 12 is actually what matters, right? That's what gets you through the knockout stage into the grand finals. That's where we get to play the new point rush system and then the grand final. So that's actually, I would say, the actual prize, the goal for a lot of these teams, because knockout stage prize pool, that's a bonus on top of what you could actually achieve.
And so I want to also hear your thoughts here, because the coaches are going to have to start, kicking it in here, kicking it in a notch. They had a bit of a break as well. Not just you guys, not just us, but the coaches have to step in and really step up for their teams. AJ, I think you would be a fantastic coach to a team. What kind of advice would you give to a team that's competing at the world stage during this break period to sort of pick them up if they're not emotionally well right now?
I think the best advice I would give them is, I mean, each and every single game is a brand new opportunity, right? If you falter once, it doesn't mean that you can't really win the whole Free Fire World Series. I think your 2-time world champions are the perfect example for that. You can still make one final day of run and still get to the top of the leaderboard, all through consistency. So, I mean, slipping up once or twice doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, look at that. Again, Get High, one of the members of BRU, ex-Evo's Phoenix, again has so much achievement under his belt, right? FFIM 2022, fall first place, FFML season 8 second place, and then a world championship. So if you go on Liquipedia and you check out their names, there's the trophy sign beside them. 2 trophies.
2 trophies.
And the dollar sign as well.
And the dollar sign as well. Just how many dollars there are next to their name as well. My goodness. Now, I know for all of us, our predictions haven't really changed too much. I know I'm still on the Indonesian bandwagon. I'm still waiting for my boys to perform to show that Indonesia is a region that you need to watch out for. But I don't think we're seeing too many changes for your predictions, gentlemen.
I have a 4th team beside Thor.
4th team.
It's
Give me your top 3. No, I have 4.
What's your 4th?
MIBR.
Okay.
They were good, but not good enough to make the top 3.
Yeah, like my faith in Thor is shaking a little bit. But to be very fair to Thor, this is a team that I don't expect them to just start the first day and get like 3 booyahs in a row. They need some time to heat up a bit. You can see that in both round 1 and 2, they had some good start, but the mid game is where they start to struggle.
Do you have a 4th team, AJ?
I quite honestly hate the casters pick because I don't want to put my energy into any one of these teams.
You don't want to husky it and curse somebody.
No, because the team.
I don't mind cursing any teams. It's just that I think, I don't want any of the teams to watch the broadcast and think that, the casters think that this team is better, that team is better, because we have a few underdogs as well.
Yeah.
I really want to bet on the underdogs, but at the same time, I want to show that I know my data as well. So I feel bad making these predictions.
Well, the team he supports isn't playing today. That's what he's trying to tell you.
Wow. No comment. All right, the players are in their pods and ready to go for game number 3. More points are on the line, and of course these teams, they are competing to get as many points as possible to qualify for the top 12. Now this is only day 1, but remember, ladies and gentlemen, every day matters. Do not slack on any of these days, because we have seen that last year, teams missing out on that top 12 by 1 point.
And shut up, Husky. The team that I'm supporting is playing. It's Hotshot Esports, baby. Pakistanis, let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go.
They should have been in the top 3, AJ.
They could have. Sometimes miscalculations happen out there in the battle.
Sometimes
as long as they got that revenge on God of Wolf, I think they're already winning in life right now.
I wonder if they knew, like, if they had a coach and they were just like, hey, did you guys know that you beat God of War?
I'm pretty sure that 5-minute break, they would have gotten a 10-minute break overall in the grand scheme of things. And they would have known. So I'm pretty sure the Pakistanis are going to be hopping on into game number 3 at Alpine. It's a cool map, but they're going to be hot.
Literally a cool map. Now, Alpine, this is a pretty interesting map. It's either you specialize this map or you just don't do well. There's just something about Alpine that makes it either a make it or break it kind of map.
We actually were able to watch like some of their scrim rounds during a few days ago.
Yep.
And there was this one circle that really caught my eye, and it was the forest red circle, right? Because it's a vertical compound, there's rivers, and it makes it really complicated for even experienced teams to play around. This flight path actually accommodates that forest red drop, so we might see some early contests.
MIBR, WASK, this is going to be a party straight up. The players of Torad, on the other hand, are flying straight towards Garrison, picking on the blue circle. 2 of the other players from the squad dropping by Militia just to play a game of safe play. RRQ, Kazu, Abai. Where are the rest of his team members? I am not too sure.
They've split up. It looks like they're scouting.
I'm not too sure exactly what Abai is thinking, but this is a very risky play from the very get-go.
I mean, WASK, they've already lost 2 members, right? Mr. Ali is gone. Genius is also knocked down. It's just Zizox left and one of his teammates. He was able to get Stark 10 at least, but you're up against MIBR, and look at RQ Kazu. Man, this one guy really wants to be a part of this, and he might be able to sneak away some points. Abe, he is waiting.
Patiently waiting. Either he's hoping that they run past him, or he's going to be able to just sort of grab a nice little backstab here, but I don't think they know that
There's no way they expect him. He's using the WASK glue wall.
Yeah, there's no way. Unless he
He's got
reveals
one glue
himself.
wall.
He's got one chance here.
If he wins this whole championship, he's the youngest player to win $300,000, by the way.
Oh, is he?
Yes,
He just made it.
he just made it.
Past the age limit. He's so excited.
Barely legal.
Abe! Bison in hand pulls it out. Double revolver. Dowley has got the Mac 10. Beautiful stuff. 1v2. And Cyrus backs away. Abe gets the first knock. But traded out by Dowley. Zizox down on the ground. Dowley's going to pick him right back up. Nobody else in the vicinity. And there's a revival platform there. So WASK.
Oh,
You're going to be in a full hot shot.
Unfortunate.
I'm telling you, man, Sonya is really a lifesaver in these situations.
Oh, yeah.
That could have been a 1v2 if not for 2 Sonyas on the remaining members of WASK.
Some of these abilities are make it or break it for the team, but RRQ, oh, is that a full team buyback? Okay, so RRQ, I do remember when this team dropped in, we did go for a bit of a split. So we had 2 teams dropping in towards the northern section. We had 1 player towards the east and 1 player towards the west. So pretty interesting for them to go for this split, because we've seen some teams in the past get punished to playing like this.
I personally pray for teams that play like that to get punished, because there is no reason whatsoever to go for that play in a stage like this. You just can't risk it, and now they've wasted the first 3 minutes trying to split apart on the battlefield. Pitbull living up to his name, running straight through his opponent, but a backstab. Mr. Ali couldn't stand up against the Pitbull, but the rest of his team members will.
And he does have his teammate with him, though. Rigby is also around, so that's 2 members of MIBR ready to deal with this in case the rest of WASK wants to take the fight, and seems like that could be unavoidable. MIBR does have 1 extra member, and that's going to be Joanne. Intercept both of these WASK dudes.
Alright, so we do have 1 player here who might get caught if they are actually going to reveal their position. And yeah, it looks like Joe is actually going to reveal his position. His team isn't really nearby. I'm kind of surprised at the fact that he's so confident to be able to make that play. But maybe he's thinking that he's safe, he won't get knocked down, his team is close enough maybe to try and get the pickup off. But we're going to switch on over to a different perspective here as we see these teams rush in Furious Gaming. Now, unfortunately for Poncho, he is all alone, but his team is going to provide some backup fire. Is it going to be enough, though? I don't think it will be.
And North backstabbing.
Oh, bad. Also getting caught.
That is crazy. I mean, North is doing so much work. Soy Delight actually was pressuring Darko, but now he's going to be facing at least 3 members of Thorad. The members, unfortunately, on the side of Furious Gaming are just taking these 1v1s and they're getting outnumbered by Torres, so it's never going to be an advantageous fight. Another round, the Furious Gaming gets knocked out in bottom 2.
Well calculated positioning here by Thorad. It was all up to North. Look at that, 4 eliminations. The guy was just raging on with the right-hand side flank. Nobody expected to see him there. And I'm just a tad bit surprised because he had a lot of time to take those shots and his position should have been revealed so much more earlier. Communication just being the downside of his opponent there.
You know, I'm watching Thorad and I'm getting a little bit excited here. My boys are waking up. You know, we've had to wait two games for it. I am scared that we may be jinxing them. So we'll see if Thorad is going to be able to maintain their aggression so far. But it looks like we are going to see a knock, unfortunately, as Dowley all on his own. His team isn't really nearby to protect him. So it's going to be a free elimination there for Buriram.
Oh, his sacrifice definitely worth it. He revived his whole team before he went down. So the rest of WESK, they have scattered into the wind. Snow preparing to play this round all over again.
MIBR backing away. C-Triple-G right in front of them. Peter in a sticky situation here.
Well,
if he gets caught out, the rest of them
solo.
can buy him right back. Can see the rest of his team members already using the jump pad to get away. So Peter will have to be the sacrificial lamb here. MIBR. But here comes Buriram United on the flip side of things, just on the opposite side of this hill.
And that reposition from Tatsuya is buying Peter some time on fire. He was under the bridge to take a position to kind of support his teammate, but BRU, they're coming in for the backstab. C-Triple-G, they have bigger fishes that they gotta fry, and that's gonna be Buriram United.
Buriram forcing C-Triple-G right back here to back up the rest of the team members, and MIBR backing away from the engagement. This is just a situation which is lucking out in the way of C-Triple-G, all because MIBR has chosen to not go in here for that onslaught as well as engagement. Jonah, though, flanking around from the right-hand side. This does not look good for the captain of the squad.
Oh gosh, this does not look good for CG either. Looks like Wasana's actually going to go in for those
come on!
Peter's all alone. I mean, what can you really do?
Man, he took a risk.
They have to play the hiding game.
He took a risk to go to kind of just bolt. Unfortunately, didn't expect Wasana to still be there. Stark 10 most likely will also get down to Sonia, keeping him up for a little while longer. BRU picking off 2 extra eliminations.
I mean, the boys are picking on 2 teams at the same time and still winning at it. Talk about a little bit of pressure from your 2-time world champs.
Oh, gentlemen, this better not be another river circle, because if it's going to be one around the water again...
I swear to God, damn.
I might be jinxing it.
Wait, Rigby also got taken out.
I mean, Jonah, we all know he's a sharpshooter, but the question is, how are 2 teams just dropping like flies against Buriram United? They should be able to use the distraction to at the very least get away. But C-Triple-G, with 1 more, gives the team another chance.
You'd think that MIBR have completely disengaged from that area, but they somehow still ended up losing 2 members. And that's 2 members too much, because you shouldn't even be there.
You don't want to trade,
It is pretty... I wonder what's the call that they made, but nonetheless, at least they are still in the round. Meanwhile, for Thorad, they're going to restock at this 5-point in Militia.
Man, this team is macroing. I'm a bit nervous. I'm excited as well. Just going to wait for Thorad to really activate themselves for this round. But it seems like the action has slowed down a little bit as these teams, they are going to focus more on their macro, try and get themselves prepared for that next circle. And I think most importantly, teams are trying to figure out, okay, what is going to be the next potential circle? Where do I want to be that's going to put me in an advantageous position?
Once we take a look at the map, we'll let you know.
We'll find out soon. Thanks, AJ.
We'll find out in a little bit.
We'll find out eventually.
It's early. The teams are trying to figure it out too. Someone might have like a diagram on their table right now. It's like, all right, guys, the circle is here. Okay, it could go here, 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 here. We're going to go to this spot because
players
it's dead
know the circle.
center. They do know the circle.
The casters are trying to figure out exactly where this is leading us all into, but it looks like All Glory Gaming is not going to get a lot of glory out of this next engagement if they get on the bridge. So boys, stay where you are. Sabas, great, because he takes a couple of shots, and that's going to be the warning for them to back away, get into that tiny little compound, and take a good defensive fight against C-Triple-G.
I believe Lopez was hiding under the bridge, and that would have been a great position if not for C-Triple-G being aware of it. They actually have someone playing from long range, so that under the bridge area is completely inaccessible if you are AG. But the good news is they get to keep C-Triple-G at bay for now, so this bridge fight will be an extended one.
Oh, it looks like we are seeing a couple teams here looking to go for a skirmish. Now, this is Buriram yet again. This team is really starting to activate for day number 1. Oh my goodness.
Chow manages to Tatsuya away, but Wasana catches his back. Pitbull right at the back. Get High down on the ground. It's a 1v2 that Get High does not manage to survive, but now in a 3v2, MIBR in a lot of trouble. Sa, he has to back away. Those glue wall melters taking away his defenses, but the flank is just not there. Moshi wrapping around, has got the AWM as well as the M82B in hand. Those snipers are not going to help him out, but Jonah with the M1014 gets the job done. Star 10 down on the ground. One more player from the side of MIBR in the compound to shut down. Moshi spots him out. The shot's not there. Wasana with the Trogon. They all circle him around, and the final finish is just not there because of the maze of glue walls, but MIBR just could not stand up against the numbers.
8 eliminations.
Wasana just one Tatsuya dash, runs into 2 members of MIBR and was able to walk out alive through all of that, which is
I'm getting my wish, gentlemen.
incredible.
I'm getting my wish. We are
Nice.
getting a river circle.
Garina,
It's a wo- it's
why
a-
did you hire Danny?
it's
and
a
her
World
cursing?
Series.
I should coach these teams. For
It's a World Series, all right? So I don't give me a
Alright,
river
guys,
circle
river
for every
circle.
round.
Get ready for it.
Every round, here we go. But okay, at the end of the day, as long as the final circle is not on the bed of water, I'm gonna be absolutely fine.
You know,
RRQ,
okay, I'm calling it. It's a bridge circle.
don't do that, Danny.
Don't
No.
do it.
Not at the World Series.
That's what we
no.
want
Was
at
the
the
bridge
World
even
Series.
in the circle?
Was the bridge even in the circle? We'll find out, sir. We will find
Okay,
out.
it is. A part
Look at
of
this
it.
man doubting me.
He's like, oh, down on the ground. The perfect player to take out of the equation. But he did manage to find one trade first. Down on the ground as well. God of Wolf in a lot of trouble.
Oh,
and
no.
it looks like they are going to be put out of the equation. WAG very quickly just circling the compound and shutting them down one after the other.
Man, AGG again, just from long range, disrupting God of Wolf. This is the second round in a row where GOW could not do much because they were third party. And unfortunately for Wally, he is an easy prey for Razor.
Backstab.
It's RQ's Kazu's first elimination, but the job's not done just yet. They got WAG to worry about. You have Thoret from behind, and you also have AG.
Jonah from afar, Dowley out of the equation. WASK couldn't really do much about that. Jonah puts that final bullet in the coffin as well to claim the elimination point. He was already the damage leader of the lobby, and he just doubles up on it. Moshi in a very sticky situation here if he does not catch up with the rest of his team members, as 2 players from the side of WASK are slowly encroaching his compound, but they are allowing the rest of the team members to get the job done first. Moshi as the backup player as usual, hanging back.
You know, I think Buriram is in a really comfortable spot. No pressure from any teams. They're also free to loot if they're still trying to find anything. So their macro is going to be phenomenal. The rest of these teams, though, so busy trying to defend their compounds. Now, my worry is that when you are defending this heavily this early on, you need to keep track of your resources. How many glue walls do you have? Do you have enough going into that late game? Because you really, really have to make sure you've got enough resources to flush your opponents out and also have cover when you start running out of it. Because right now, we might have compounds, but very soon these teams are going to have to rely on natural protection.
I think MGS is definitely feeling a bit of that pressure. You can see they were defending against 2 different angles. Their main vehicle has already been damaged by AGG. And in fact, AGG, they're going to be pulling the trigger.
MGS needs to take out the team that's right in front of them right here, right now. But WAG is putting up a strong fight against their opponents of Thoret. RRQ chipping on in, stealing that elimination away from him. Ekal, glue wall breaker, but can he get those eliminations as well? One more cluster will take a knock onto Abe, but the guy doesn't go down just yet. The circle around, right hand side flank. Darkhold running on out, the circle damaging him, and he's not going to survive this for long. RRQ needs to back away as well. Abe just putting himself in a lot of trouble here.
Yeah,
Just
Abe-
zoning. Oh,
And you see?
oh, he's going in.
Oh
my
Right into the Lions Den. Is lights out for Darko for sure. He just dove into Magic Squad. Meanwhile, BRU up against Triple G. The comrades on the side of Thailand. This circle is absolutely treacherous for these teams.
Yep, Wasana low on that HP. One more on the flank. Can Wasana heal himself right back up? He does exactly that. Glue wall melts. It's not going to hurt him. Wasana's got the Trogon. Goes in for the rush against one more! And a beautiful knockdown and a double glue wall to protect himself as well. Wasana's still alive and kicking.
Man,
my goodness.
On Fire and Koski were trying to back up their players, but they couldn't help it. But it's okay. They wiped out the rest of BRU. Moshi now caught in a 1 versus 3. Then Tatsuya drift around the corner, 180 degrees to keep himself safe. and he wants more of this. Peter, he's low, he's down. Moshi with the Uzi in hand, somehow making the job happen, but not enough. On fire with the 10th elimination for the team.
Yeah, Magic Squad still alive and kicking. 9 eliminations in hand already. RRQ up. Hey, yet another good glue wall pulled up just to protect himself, but the job is done. MGS manages to take the player out of the equation, but Thorad is untouchable up top.
Wait, Darko managed to bot both of them back somehow.
What?
He dove into it in that grand escape, and he bought his team back. So Thorad are still in the game, but they might be feeding free points to MGS, and that's exactly what happened. 12 for MGS.
Oh my
Magic
goodness.
Squad, 12 eliminations already, Danny. And did you maintain Magic Squad in your list? Because I just added them in.
You just added them in.
It has always been there for me.
Okay.
I trust my boys from Brazil, man.
Hey. They only got the luck when I added them in.
Look,
so
the team
don't sneak that one
They
away.
won the round before you added it.
Look, they're looking great, okay? They got 12 eliminations. This circle is getting very small, gentlemen. And look at this, the lack of cover. So now it's going to come down to that macro game as well. Do they have the glue walls that's going to be able to keep them protected? And I think most importantly, who has the grenades to start flushing some of these teams out?
It's a great circle because they'll be fighting on the pier, right? I don't think we've ever had this before in a competitive setting. So Riptide perfectly timed, and now it's the pure fight for the final circle. This Booyah could be the second one for MGS.
Beautiful stuff here because they don't really need to swim around. They still can take those beautiful shots. On fire with the farmers down in the water. He is able to throw out all of those ice grenades, but not much of that damage. And the glue wall melters, look at the barrage of all of them, taking down the defenses of Street Triple G. MGS moving on in for that final shutdown now. Boo alongside you has got the Drogon in the 1v2. Butain gets a shot in. On fire backs away. Beautiful defense. And MGS now caught out.
What a rush from MGS. On fire he is, down in the red, but he's going to be taken out as well. Gio and Pussy both down. Wow, Street Triple G pulling it back from the brink. Can Koski do this against MGS? The Orion trying to buy some time for MGS.
That's it.
And it's the second Booyah for my Brazilian boys. They are on fire.
Back to back, baby. That's exactly how you get the job done. And the Brazilians are in the house to play. What a booyah. And they are absolutely ecstatic.
Vamos, Magic Squad.
I expect the Brazilian fans to be going crazy right now, locking in 2 games back to back, and it wasn't a fluke at all either. 100% sure this team managed to get somewhere between 14 to 15 eliminations, so it wasn't a case of them just piggybacking off of other teams, letting everyone else do the work. They did the heavy lifting, they put the effort in, and this is what they get. The booyah as well. Fantastic play coming in from Magic Squad. I think this is a team that you really have to respect now. It's not just Thailand anymore, but Brazil is here to play.
This could be their year, I'm just saying.
I mean, we say that every year. We say that every single World Series, Husky. And Brazil almost gets the job done. Almost, until Thailand shows up at the very end.
Last year was the closest that has ever been of bringing that trophy back to Brazil, but man,
and one last game.
Yeah, one last game, right? BRU, and they've overcame BRU. I know it's just the first day, but you can really see Magic Squad, this returning team from Bangkok last year, back to the same nation that stopped them in 2022, and they have shown up great in the first 3 rounds.
And you know what's going to be the biggest heartbreak if they can continue this run, but towards the very end, if they start losing some of this heat in battle because Buriram starts to wake up towards the tail end of the competition, that's going to be a huge blow to their confidence, which they cannot afford. And therefore, all you need to do is break the confidence of your 2-time world champs early in the competition, early in the knockout stage.
Yeah, it might not even be a case of Thailand just being the best region anymore, right? Because we have had years of competitive Free Fire, and all these regions have been developing themselves individually as well, not just on the world stage, but their local qualifiers as well, just constantly adding on to that region's skill set. And so for Brazil to look this good today, I mean, this is just A versus B. I'm kind of excited to see what happens when we introduce some of these groupings to different groups and how those dynamics are going to be. But we will talk about that one tomorrow. But A versus B, I mean, Brazil is having a heyday today.
They finished
second.
Gaming got second place in game 1, and Magic Squad scored a booyah 2 rounds in a row. If that doesn't tell you that this region is ready, I think you gotta rewatch some of these games because they have definitely put out a clinic in all of these teams, right? Barring MIBR, they haven't made top 3 just yet, but even MIBR themselves have had moments where they can clearly see that these guys know how to take these fights.
Absolutely.
Cheeky plays there from Buriram for sure. Splitting up definitely hurt their chances towards that final circle, but at the end of the day, CGGG held their own against the team of Buriram United. I think they punished Wasana for moving out of the circle, and they handled that high pressure situation really, really well, trying to get into that second spot. Of course, they were aiming for that booyah, but taking it away from Magic Squad was going to be pretty much impossible.
Yeah, it's pretty tough, right? Because Magic Squad is just rushing at you with so many utilities.
Yeah.
We've heard from them just now after round 2, but I want to hear from Magic Squad again. So let's toss it to our host in Bangkok. Orn, take it away.
Halfway through the competition in knockout day 1, and we got another winner from the same team. Congratulations to Magic Squad. Welcome back. And last time, your friend Yago said that you were the one who played an important role in the last game. But this game as well, your team has eliminated a lot. Will your team keep up with this strategy until the end of the day?
Parabéns pelo Buia. Na última entrevista, o Iago falou que você foi muito importante coordenando as ações no endgame. E nessa queda, vocês também foram muito agressivos com muitas eliminações. Vocês vão manter esse tipo de postura para as próximas quedas?
Ah, com certeza. Nós fazemos primeiramente um jogo mais estudado, mas se tiver que matar, nós matamos. E é isso, vamos pra cima. Todo mundo tá agressivo e é isso. A Magic Squad é agressiva e podem se preparar.
For sure, we plan to keep this aggressive posture that we have. We study a lot the game, but when we need to do the kills, we will keep doing. This is what Magic Squad is doing in Brazil also, so we'll keep our strategy.
And Yago said that Thai team was one of the most hard to beat. What was one of your most biggest opponents in this competition? But you just beat Thai team. How does that make you feel?
Vocês acabaram de ganhar a queda em cima de um time tailandês e ela queria saber quais são os principais oponentes que vocês encontram aqui no FFWS.
Ah, não tem como descartar a Tailândia, porque são os atuais campeões, todos os times de lá são muito fortes. E também os brasileiros e o pessoal da Latam, para mim, são os mais fortes do campeonato.
So we can't say about the Thailand team since they are the championships of the world now. All three teams are very strong. Also the other two Brazilian teams and also the Latin teams.
Can you name the top 3 most useful active characters in your opinion and why?
Você pode nomear os 3 principais personagens para você de habilidades ativas e o porquê?
Eu acho que os 3 principais são a 124, o Tatsuya e também o Dimitri, já que são de habilidades ativas.
The 3 main abilities that they use are A124, Tatsuya and Dimitri.
And I believe that you have tasted a lot of Thai food here as well, but what is your most favorite food in Thailand?
Você já está um tempo aqui na Tailândia e já deve ter provado bastante tipos diferentes de comida. Qual foi a sua favorita?
Olha, para falar bem a verdade, eu ainda não fugi muito do brasileiro não. Tô muito na carne, no arrozinho, mas é porque aqui tudo é muito apimentado, eu não curto tanto pimenta, mas eu gostei muito de uma carne brasileira mesmo e de um arroz. Mas eu ainda vou experimentar umas comidas tailandesas e vou vir com feedback aqui.
He's still trying a lot of Brazilian foods here in Thai.
In Thailand?
Because the food is so spicy, but he promised that he'll try, and the next time he'll be here, he'll give the feedback for us.
You must try. But thank you so much, and I hope to see you again in your 4th game in here in the interview room. Good luck to you guys, and thank you. Back to you, Shoutcaster.
Maybe that's the secret, the fact that they're eating Brazilian food in Thailand.
AJ say like, oh, home crowd buff, right? Well,
Yeah.
if you eat
Your own food.
you get the buff.
I guess.
Their tongue can handle the spice, but their gameplay can.
I mean, if your tongue can't handle the spice, your stomach definitely cannot.
No.
And you are not going to be getting booyahs on the most important day.
Yeah, I
Pretty sure that's not
agree.
how that works.
No, what do you mean that's not how it works? Have you played a game of Free Fire with an upset stomach?
Yes, I have. You only get an upset stomach if you eat spicy food or rotten food, alright? So
Squad? No, I'm pretty sure Food's like you're not used to. but
Okay,
also
elimination
you.
leaders, people.
There we go.
Elimination leaders. Check this out, man. Magic Squad putting on not one, not two, but three players on the top 5 players for the eliminations. Butsen as well as Jiu hitting the 6 and Bob 7 hitting the 4 eliminations. I mean, these guys are on fire.
Look, I think we said it before, right? Like these guys are not playing off of luck. They're
Oh,
not
yeah.
piggybacking off their opponents. They are the ones making the moves, getting the
yeah.
eliminations. So I think it's just a testament to
Yeah.
how good this team is, right? They can
Yeah.
land the shots. They're making the correct movements. And so I'm wondering, how do you approach Magic Squad going forward? Because this team is aggressive and they've won the majority of their confrontations with their opponents. And unfortunately, it's not a case of like, oh, you can see that you're fighting up against Magic Squad. You only find out after you're dead.
Yeah, I think the craziest thing is also like we see how decisive in some of these fights where they just decide, you know what, if we go for a rush, we do it cleanly, right? And,
Yeah.
And a lot of teams, when you get caught in kind of a 4v4 situation when the circle is closing in, you tend to rely a lot on your glue walls and you don't know when you should push. Magic Squad, they make a call, they wait for the cooldowns and they start pushing you and putting that pressure. And that's kind of what gave them the edge at the end.
Yep, let's have a quick look here at the comp. So, gentlemen, we kind of saw this in the last round. You sort of explained it, but like, is there something that Magic Squad have that you sort of didn't notice before, but now it sort of makes sense, that complements their playstyle?
It's a really good balance, right? You see Butsen as well as Jiu on the offensive setup, Bobs as well as Yago with the Nairi and the Ice Iron on the defensive setup. So, especially in a game where the meta has changed, where you are not going to get the best of your glue walls out there, all thanks to the glue wall melters, I think this is a great position from them.
Yeah, and the one thing I also noticed was that Bobs said that the 3 most useful characters are the A124, the Tatsuya, and Dimitri, but I see no Dimitri, so...
I mean, obviously.
Dimitri is 3 in the top 3, so therefore he goes with the number 1 and 2.
Maybe it's his favorite character, but they're just like, oh, I can't use it because it doesn't
Not
fit
for
here.
this map.
But we do need to take a look at the score here, and as you can see, 28 points
Oof,
for
the
Magic
golden
Squad.
ratio,
This
boys.
is massive just for one round. We do see some other teams sort of trailing behind, but I think we have to take a look at what's happening at the bottom of the leaderboard, because there are a few teams down here that did incredibly well at the beginning of the day, but they are starting to falter, and I think this is where we start having that discussion about consistency, right?
Yep.
Teams that can maintain a consistent performance are the most ideal in these knockout stages, and we're starting to see like, okay, well, you have a great one round, but is one round enough to keep you in the competition?
And the 3 teams that have been able to bring in the consistency, 2 out of the 3 don't have a single booyah to their name. You're talking about Buriram as well as RRQ, with the 40 points tied up in the 2nd and 3rd spot, but it's quite a distance away from Magic Squad. So 3 more games to go. They need to make sure that Magic Squad is taken out pretty early within these matches to stand a good chance to end up in the number 1 spot.
Yeah, between them and the 2nd place team is a 23-point gap, right? So
Yeah.
that is actually equivalent to 2 rounds, because all these teams will be actively playing every single round as well.
Yeah.
In a context like this, if this is the grand finals, that is a very sizable lead for MGS already.
Yeah, I think it guarantees like what, a top 3 finish? Well, not guarantees, but it almost promises a very high finish for your team, assuming you don't just drop the ball on the last day and just get nothing.
You know that could just happen. I mean, we've got 3 more games to play. If Magic Squad just happens to drop by, I mean, even in front of Hotshot, it's a probability Hotshot might be able to walk away. Okay, the probability is slim, but there is still a probability.
At least you know that you have one round of cushion, right? You can have one round where you really kind of screw up a little bit, you get wiped out in 12th place and still have a chance to maintain that 1st place and contest for it. I think that's something that really brings you comfort when you are on the roll. Considering the fact that MGS definitely have the momentum on their side.
Yep, so let's see if they can keep that momentum, but we do have to talk about some teams that are not carrying any momentum at all, because, I mean, we're halfway through the day, and there are some teams that are not quite where they should be today. I think we've got to have a talk about Thorad here. I think we had some pretty high expectations for this Indonesian team. They were the 1st seed from Indonesia. They are not really in a good position. I mean, let's just do a light discussion on this team. Like, what kind of happened to Thorad? Like, is it a case of them just being caught out by the wrong teams at the wrong time? Is it maybe just their skirmishes with opponents? Because we just haven't seen a position where we're just like, oh my gosh, that was an amazing play by Thorad.
they rely a lot on Razor in terms of close quarter combat, right? Ecal, Darko, they usually play behind, and you see a lot of situations where when Razor gets picked off, suddenly the entire backline falls apart because you just get rushed. And that's one thing that I think Torrid has been struggling with, which is these close quarter combats. They are not exactly the best at it, and they really rely a lot on having space for the snipers to take those shots.
And Torrid's not really a team that is very consistent with the points all the time. You have them hitting those massive rounds, massive booyahs, and then kind of showing up average. So it's pretty much on brand for Torrid at the moment.
Yeah. Although, interestingly enough, when I took a look at the stats for the Indonesian qualifiers, so Thorad was able to dominate both placement points and elimination points within the Indonesian region. So it makes me wonder, maybe the strength of this team is having some time to get used to their opponents. It's not a case of them being those one-hit wonders on day number one, but it's a case of them, maybe they're adapters. Maybe they need a little bit of time, just like Husky said for Buriram, to get used to the competition, to find their flow.
It's the same, kind of like the same display during FFSI and some third-party tournaments that we have been able to witness, where this team back when they were first rated Eclipse takes quite some time, and when you are in like the first, second day, sure, there is some time for you to adjust, but the most important thing is when you make it to the grand finals, that's where you really have to be on your A game. And Dora is one of those few teams that I worry for, that they can adjust and then you head to the grand finals and they get reset internally. So we'll see if this game they are able to put out a better performance. I think the dynamics between Razor and Darko, this is the most important thing because Darko is the one piloting the rest of the squad.
Yeah, a conversation has to be had, but before they can have that conversation, we are going to be jumping into our fourth game of the day because we already have passed our halfway mark. We've still got 3 more games to go. Is this going to be the time for this team to make that comeback happen? It's got to start at some point because if it doesn't pick up soon, I think they're going to run out of time. And of course, it's going to be on Kalahari. Now, Kalahari for some teams is a bit of a finicky map. It is not your classic Free Fire map. In some cases, there were a couple tournaments where Kalahari was just completely taken off the map pool. So we'll see how this is going to influence some of these teams coming into the game today because, just like Alpine, this is another map where some teams are just really good or they're really bad.
Yeah, C-Triple-G aiming for that blue circle. Nobody else having the guts to challenge them. I mean, I think everybody else wise enough to avoid that spot.
But look up top, though.
The craziest thing is that we haven't seen this map in competitive pool for almost a year, a full year.
Yeah.
You don't diss my favorite map, okay?
No, it is my favorite map as well.
It's mine too. I mean, you replace one letter and it goes really well with yellow curry. Calamari.
Wow.
I'm pretty sure that's not how to spell it, but sure.
I said replace one letter.
Sure.
Still doesn't.
I mean,
oh my god.
it sounds the same. We'll take it. FG furiously getting wiped out by your 2-time world champs.
Not again. This is their... If they get wiped out, it will be 3 rounds in a row where they get nothing.
They need to get out. They have to get out of here. This is not what you want to have. Oh my goodness.
Did it go right to RQ? No, unknown. Not like this.
Not like this. This is not the way you want to start the game.
I think it's the end. I think it's over.
But this could be a bit of an issue too for RRQ because they've only got 2 players here. Even if you get the Illim here on Furious Gaming, you could be giving away 2 more eliminations to Buriram.
Oh, Jonah! 6 shots. That's out of the equation. Abai right behind him, but he's going to say bye-bye to the rest of Buriram United.
God of Wolf is taken out of the competition too.
2 teams that have been wiped out. Unknown is going to be the 3rd team. 3 teams
have been wiped out. Oh my god,
what is happening in this game? I'm telling you, right? They have not played Kalahari for almost a year and everyone is just running into each other.
Look, I told you, it's a map that makes or breaks you.
In under 2 minutes.
Name.
There will be more MGS is fighting also against RQ. Look at this. MIBR is also fighting against Hotshot.
Oh my goodness. Hotshots making the comeback happen. Oh my goodness.
Alright, Kalahari, this is why it's my favorite map, because these things happen.
Look, I told you, this is a map that makes or breaks you. It doesn't care who you are. You're either good at this map or you're terrible.
What a hilarious way to start off game number 4.
This is kind of crazy too because a lot of the top tier teams got eliminated from the competition, which is going to give a second win for some of these mid to bottom tier teams to actually pick up some points.
I mean, you know, we talk about top tier teams, mid tier, low tier, but this is the Free Fire World Series. This is the creme de la creme of Free Fire teams out there. At the end of the day, you take a hot drop. It really doesn't matter if you are the top dogs or if you are the bottom dwellers. If you've got a good gun, you're probably going to go out there and slay.
Man, hot shot
going in for the final two. Action finds Chow and says, "Chow, baby," as they take him out of the equation. One final player left in the equation here. Hot shot on the hunt.
Gentlemen,
I'm loving this map.
I'm getting tingles here. I don't know why, but I'm sensing a potential booyah from Hot Shots here because they are look, they've got momentum. They've got 4 eliminations. They're off to a great start. I don't think there's anyone that's really in a place to really pressure them, so it might be their game.
I love the Pakistanis. I will put a lot of energy and hype behind them. Oh, but I don't know.
This man has doubts. Get those doubts out of your head, man.
No, only because Buriram's hungry for a booyah. And because of the initial onslaught that Buriram kind of started this off with, they're going to have a lot of momentum, a lot of loot heading into the next few circles as well. So they got to kind of deal with that. And Hotshot haven't really proven themselves yet.
They haven't proven themselves yet, but then watch, AJ. They're going to prove themselves in this round. You've got to have some faith, okay?
Okay.
Got to have some faith. But, you know, this map looks really scarce. There are not many teams left.
I mean, when you lose 4 teams before the first circle closes in, this is what happens, right? The game just naturally slows down.
It's too much real estate.
Look at Magic Squad. They are controlling a big chunk of that southeastern side of the map.
Yeah. 3 compounds, all for Magic Squad to loot up, not disturbed whatsoever. Foundation will house the players of Hotshot for quite a little bit, and it looks like nobody else has been here through the area. Refinery, dominated by RRQ Kazu. Got a peek. That's just
interesting.
Planning to take the truck up. I have no idea why.
Is this to maybe block the ramp in case someone wants to try and go up with the ramp?
They can't jump over the truck.
You have grappling hooks.
You do?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to like justify putting the car in the ramp.
just for the clips. Just
for the clips.
As someone who drives, there's no way to justify that action.
This man has a license. I believe him.
Do you not have a license?
No, I don't.
Okay. I'm learning new things.
You're learning new things.
WAG, they don't want to wag their tails for anyone just yet, as the top dogs of this particular lobby, leading with the number of eliminations. RRQ Kazu on the right-hand side, but they've got that high ground advantage. CGG flying straight towards Hotshot. Let's see exactly who's the Hotshot of this engagement. Hotshot, they've got the initial shots against them, and it looks like WAG has also spotted out a couple of players out in the open.
I suppose this is the first true test for Hotshot where there won't be any interference or third-partying if they decide to take on CGG. There's a good chance that CGG are the one that fires the first shot because they do have the high ground.
Yeah, they could, but I think everyone's sort of trying to scout out around them at this point as well to try and figure out, like, okay, which direction are we possibly going to be expecting our enemies to come from? Because you could shoot at them now, but there's literally nothing to pressure them to go into CGG, right? So I think you play it patiently, you wait until you can figure out where that circle is, you get into a more favorable position, and then you try, if you can either gatekeep or you pressure teams whilst they are trying to race against that circle. If there's nothing forcing these teams to play aggressive. Like, let's be real, there is so much space. It's going to take ages until these teams are going to run into each other. So just play it cool. Loot up. Get ready. Macro. Try and get the best weapons on your team if possible.
Ages, in the words of Free Fire,
in
just
Free
means
Fire,
2-3 minutes.
Basically.
We'll see chaos in 2-3 minutes.
This, honestly, I was going to say this was the slowest game, but I'm going to take that back now.
CGG, initial shot by Anas, but the recovery is there. Player picked right back up.
3 versus 4. One more is actually away from the team.
And they're wasting a lot of utility without knowing where CGG is. Look at those glue melters. They're still being tossed there. Hazuki have no idea.
No vision.
That CGG are on the other end, but Action is going to push on forward. Sees Peter, and now puts out the glue wall. Sergeant running in as well with the Tatsuya dash, but he's being blocked behind that wall as well. Action, he's got to take this on alone.
Sergeant needs to break through this glue wall just to give themselves a good one up here, Sergeant. M1014 on fire, backs away, Trogon in hand. You don't want to deal with the Trogon in this situation, and a great backstab. Peter backs up on fire as well. Sergeant really low on that HP. This is that opportunity for C-Triple-G to put that final shot into Sergeant, as well as push Hotshot right back into a defensive compound.
Oh my goodness. And this is C-Triple-G without their full squad here. It's just 3 of them. One of their members have run off, I'm pretty sure, just to sit on a revival point so that if the team accidentally gets eliminated here, they can just bring them all back.
Yeah.
So for Hotshots, this is a massively disadvantageous engagement for them. They're still committing because they are in a really aggressive position. But yeah, if anything, I think the team's going to have to rethink their angle here. I mean, they've got 1 player left.
Oh, yes, Peter! I mean, turned his back, got punished for it. Hasu EXE bleeding out. Ana's really low on that HP as well. C-Triple-G have done Hotshot dirty.
Oh, that might be it here.
That might be it. They didn't have info where C-Triple-G was, and they used a lot of utility just trying to clear out their enemies when they were not even in that location. So it was definitely a bit of a miscalculation on their end. BRU in the meantime up against WAG. Cluster up top doesn't connect onto Cyrus. Skrillin is going to respond with his own. That one also goes wide, but does tag on to get high. Now double glue wall melters onto the glue wall compound of Cyrus as Dolphin shows up. The timing a bit off. He had his grenade in hand as Wasana finds him for the first knockdown. Now Jonah has the pincer. Krillin dashes in with a Tatsuya trying to help. Putting up the glue wall. This labyrinth trapping him inside with Get High, who knocks out 2 of them. WAG could not win this.
And Get High says thank you very much for trapping yourselves in here with me. Takes the double for himself, hunting down that another player from the side of WAG as well. Cyrus backs away. Buriram on the chase. 1 more corner. Cyrus gets taken down. 1 final survivor for WAG to stay in this lobby.
Luckily, they were able to escape though. So if they can try and find that revival point, or they can find a vending machine, then they should be able to bring back their teammates. That's going to be a complete buy. So the team comes back. That was so risky.
Money cannot buy you happiness, but it buys you survival.
Buys your lives.
The Magic Squad has been completely silent this entire round. Last time we saw them, they had, 3 compounds controlled.
Yeah.
They're looting up a storm, so you can definitely expect them to be very much decked out for the later stages of the game. And the question is, where are they? I believe they are still at the south side of the map.
That is true, and I don't think there's any reasons whatsoever for them to pull a early engagement here. They can just allow the rest of the teams to use up the utilities, go hard against each other, and then swoop away the booyah at the very end. Like we all discussed, Magic Squad, they don't need to do wonders. They just need to keep up that momentum. As long as they get into that final circle, they gotta stay on that #1 spot.
It's time to move, baby.
It's time to move. It's going to be on the western side of the map as well. And so far, there's not really anyone that's in a really good spot outside of WAG.
And Buriram.
And Buriram is there, but the thing is, no one's going to be coming in from the western side of that circle.
C-Triple-G.
I believe that MGS just got scanned out by MIBR or C-Triple-G, one of these teams. Someone decided to scan where they were, so
the Thai teams are going to possibly eliminate each other here.
Okay, they see a crate being dropped right in front of them. C-Triple-G knows there's a team right in front of them. Obviously, no way in hell for them to know exactly who's ahead of them. Buriram United, they've got the UAV worked already. And Jonah and squad, they're just getting prepared to face off against another team inside of that safe zone. So this is good repositioning coming through from your 2-time world champs.
Yeah, I like the movement from C-Triple-G as well. There is a scout from BRU, so just in case they see another team. Magic Squad against WAG. This is where it's going to get a bit dicey because that's the high ground near Mammoth, right? Just within the circle. The Ghost is the only one alone. Needs help right now. Cyrus needs to join in, but WAG, they don't really have the best resources, and Boss finds himself in the front line.
The team is also pretty split.
Yeah. Fantastic crossfire here by Cyrus, just to give his team member a little bit of extra leeway. Goes backs away, and now WAG, full squad. But the clusters can change the game here at the very edge of this cliff. Butson moves on in with the M1014. That shotgun can do a lot of damage up close and personal. Cluster does not find the connection. Krillin on the very edge, SVD in hand. Cyrus backing away with the Bison as well. Ghost on the right-hand side flank. That could be a world of difference, but the blue circle is going to torture him a bit.
It's a very good push from MGS. They've not only isolated the members of WAG, they also have an advantageous position to fight in on that high ground. With Cyrus down, there's no one to save him. The Ghost spotted out by Bobs as well. The Ghost is going to dash him with a Tatsuya. Loses the 1v1 against Bobs, and Magic Squad again on this offense. Just so clean and surgical. Dolphin next on the menu. MGS about to have some exotic meat for dinner tonight. Dolphin goes down. GU doesn't even take damage with the Orion.
Yep, Magic Squad unfortunately can't find the finisher. The final player did manage to get away. CGG on the other hand needing to deal with Buriram United. Wasana gets the backup from Get High. Mochi outside of the circle, up top. He has that sniper in hand as well. Spotted out by On Fire. Then Fire will be able to just keep him at the very bay. And in the corner, Mochi will wait for the opportunity to strike. Peter, on the other hand, caught in a very sticky situation. One more too far to give them that backup.
Wasana, he just turned the corner again. The Tatsuya's fighting against each other. Jonah
Oh
comes in for
my.
backup. Peter can't hold on long enough. The Sonya barely keeping him standing. And one more now finds himself completely isolated from his team. 2 quick shots from Jonah to bring him down low. But BRU also are in the red. They gotta take some time to heal up. Get High gets bought back.
They get the bot back. Yep, they get that buyback. So this is going to be such an unfortunate skirmish for the Thai viewers because they're cannibalizing their own region unknowingly. But at the end of the day, who is going to come out of this skirmish? It looks like it might be Buriram because position-wise, they are pretty comfy with where they are. They're the ones actually pushing out CGG.
Yeah, quick buyback and then they reposition looking for the next circle. CGG now right behind them.
There's one guy behind him.
So opportunity for CGG to find a little bit of revenge here, but Buriram's not going to be distracted by anyone just yet. WAG out of the equation, all thanks to Magic Squad for eliminations thus far, which means a lot more utilities on the side of Magic Squad.
And CGG is not over just yet. These members just got bought back and they dropped right into RQ Kazu. Legolas is going to find himself in a 2v1 with Razor by his side. Kosku gets dropped. Mr. Ali also eliminated. His top 4 remains in this lobby, and On Fire somehow was able to pick out bombs. That is important.
Now all I want is for RRQ, BRU, as well as MGS to shut down the final player out of CGG, and I've got my top 3 in the final circle. Thank you very much. Let's go.
Wow. I know this
Hey,
man's intentions.
Husky got 2 out of 3 in the previous lobby, okay?
Okay.
That is true. I got my boys Magic Squad still around.
Oh, actually, technically, I've got 2 here. Okay, so enough with the predictions, gentlemen, because we are heading into the late game for this round as well, because look at that circle. It's going to be on the western side. And unfortunately for the teams on the eastern side, they're going to have to try and figure out how to get into that zone safely. And so far, Buriram looking pretty good with their positioning. RRQ are going to have to try and wrestle their way through Buriram if they want to get in there.
Yeah, Mochi, once again, just trailing from the back, but RRQ doesn't find the Punisher. Get High down on the ground. Mochi, can he bring his team member right back up? That circle is going to be punishing them in a little bit, but Wasana is there to save the day, and RRQ doesn't find the Punisher, although they do manage to quickly rotate around towards the back.
You have to remember that there is a rough fair on the side of MGS, so any snipes right now from Magic Squad is gonna really hurt. Get High could not be revived thanks to the blue, and look at BRU, they're actually trapped. I believe at the watchtower. That is not good at all. Magic Squad have such a good space to work with. This could be their 3rd consecutive booyah.
Cluster, Magic. They just needed to stay silent, but they're gonna go for the triple booyah on day number 1. This is gonna be absolutely amazing. If they can pull this off, the circle's gonna be troubling your 2-time world champs. RRQ just keeping them at bay. Magic Squad circling around from the right-hand side. This flank is gonna be the end of RRQ. Buriram gonna be hurt by that circle, and it looks like Magic Squad is gonna do the unthinkable.
They might be able to do this. BRU is dying to the blue. RRQ could not contest with BRU. Look at Bustin. He's just running in. GU is with him. Legolas gets backstab. RRQ Kazu cannot respond to this at all. GU fight Deuce as well. BRU, they are still alive, but Razor gets found out. I mean, GU fights him with the snipe. BRU, they are just cuddling with each other on top of this watchtower. I think MGS, they smell it. They smell that 3rd booyah. Jonah the first to drop down. Moshi and Wasana still on the high ground. Jonah looking for Yago. This flank is absolutely crucial. Yago defending himself with the glue wall.
Yago, the sniper of the squad. Now, this is a beautiful engagement against Jonah, who happens to be the sniper as well. Now, that 1v1 is going to continue. Buriram, on the other hand, trying to deal with a little bit of backup here. Wasana drops by. Yago has got the mini Uzi. And here comes Moshi backing him up. It's going to be a 1v3. GU as well as Bataille slowly circling around. Moshi does manage to back the players up, but Yago's still alive!
They can't get him!
The double Tatsuya to reposition from BRU. Wasana and Jonah fights Butsin and Yago. Moshi somehow gets the snipe. It's GU against the wall, but it's not enough. BRU just outmaneuvering Magic Squad at the end for the booyah.
That's the revenge, baby. In the previous lobby, it was the same 2 squads But it wasn't BRU to walk away with the booyah, and this is a timely comeback. But Magic Squad, getting into that final circle, does manage to keep quite a bit of distance between themselves as well as your two-time champs.
Oh, what a way to end that game. We had a two-prong attack onto RRQ. This team was relentlessly pelted by two teams. They didn't really have an option when it came to going into that late game. We did see Razor try to hide under the watchtower in the prone position, but he got spotted, he got taken out. Sometimes you have to be a little creative to survive, but I mean, for BRU, this team has got to be so proud of themselves to finally get that booyah.
I mean, not just that. They were outside the circle. They read the circle so well. Yeah, they sneaked into the watchtower. They went up. They protected themselves really well with all of those glue walls, keeping themselves away from all of the danger, and a timely attack. And the flank around from Moshi, I tell you, was a game changer against Magic Squad.
And if anyone wants to learn about how to make crucial decisions in final circle moments, just watch that final sequence. BRU's maneuver was absolutely sublime. They picked the right target. They realized that while MGS is rushing us, Yago is alone. What do? Double platform. We rush for the sniper. Yago repositions. We're getting flanked. What do? Double Tatsuya to flank the flankers. Who does that?
I mean, but, you know, props to Yago. The guy survived for way longer than he should have out there in a 1v1, 1v2, and then later on 1v3. Moshi couldn't really do much, but because of that reposition, Moshi kind of suckered in the final two players from the side of Magic Squad. They let go of their defensive position, and then he flanks outside of the circle to distract them, whilst the rest of the team members from the side of Buriram takes those open shots. I mean, just big brain plays, but very risky, but I expect nothing less from your two-time world champs.
Jonah and Wasana, just the shot calling at the end. I'm pretty sure that was just a masterclass, world-class quality in terms of decision making.
I think it's situations like this where you wish you know what the comms were like in that late game. You have fractions of a second to make those calls. You don't have a lot of time to make those calls. So props to both of these teams. Yes, unfortunately, only one can get the booyah, but again, this is just a masterclass of what Free Fire can be like when you're playing against the best teams in the world. So in this scenario, you know, we see Magic Squad try to get under Buriram.
Yeah, I mean, look at this rush, right? Moshi and Wasana, they were like, you know what? Yago is isolated. Let's gun for him. And this move from Jonah and Wasana, my goodness, completely just isolating Yago, opening him up to Moshi, and then cleaning up those who were flanking them.
I mean, this is big brain plays, and there was just barely any time whatsoever to plan out exactly how they were going to take those shots, right? I think it was just, you know, pure map awareness as well as muscle memory for all of these players out there on the battlefield. It was just responding to that exact situation at the very time. I don't think there was a lot of talk going up. There's probably a lot of screams. He's here, he's there.
Honestly, if you're a Magic Squad, you don't have to feel down losing out that booyah, because you gotta admit, you got outclassed, you got outplayed at the end. It was a very, very good attempt from MGS, but BRU just big brained them.
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't think Magic Squad are sad either, because I'm 100% no way that they lose their first place. They're going to be still in a very good spot. But it looks like we do have an interview coming up. So let's hear what they have to say getting their first booyah of the day.
Let me tell you that the competition is heating up right now, as well as the energy in the room. But finally, we got another winner from another team, and this team was former championship. Welcome, Buriram United! Congratulations! How do you feel since you got the first booyah in Free Fire World Series 2023 after 4 games?
หลังจากที่เราได้บูย่าครั้งแรกใน Free Fire World Series หลังจากที่เล่นมาทั้ง4เกมรู้สึกยังไงบ้างคะ
รู้สึกดีใจครับแบบเหมือนปลดล็อกครับ
I am really happy like feeling unlocked
Magic Squad said that your team was one of the toughest opponent to beat, but finally you beat them in the last game. How does make you feel?
Magic Squad บอกว่าทีมไทยยากที่จะต่อกรมากแต่ในที่สุดเราก็เอาชนะเขาได้เรารู้สึกยังไงบ้าง
ยังไงก็รู้สึกดีครับ ไม่มี
You felt good.
You felt good.
You felt good, and everyone felt good from the win, right? Who is your most dangerous enemy and why?
ใครคือทีมที่ยากที่จะต่อกรมากที่สุดคะ แล้วเพราะอะไร
ทีมจากประเทศบราซิลครับเพราะเขาเล่นกันมีระบบครับเป็นระบบดี
ทุกที่ every team from Brazil because they play like good tactic and always cooperate very well
Thailand was waiting for you in the comment sections to see former championship finally get booyah, and you are here. Anything you want to say to your Thai fans who was rooting and cheering you?
ฝากข้อความถึงแฟนๆหน่อยค่ะ
ฝากเชียร์พวกผมด้วยนะครับพวกผมจะทำให้เต็มที่ครับ
Please support us we are trying to our best as we can
Thank you so much and congratulations again. Thank you ยินดีด้วยขอบคุณมากนะคะ หวังว่าจะได้เจอกันอีกในรอบหน้า Hope to see you back here. And thank you here. Thank you everyone. Back to you, Shoutcaster.
It must feel good to beat your rivals at last. And not just in any fashion.
At last.
Not in any fashion, but in a spectacular fashion.
I mean, every dog has its day. This time it was Buriram United. Magic Squad had their run in the past 2 games. I mean, back-to-back booyah on the opening day. I have to say that is great for your momentum as well as your confidence. But, you know, it's not like they knocked that confidence down by a lot, right? Yes, they lost that final engagement, but they still got into that final circle, which means the gap at the top of the leaderboard still stays super strong for the Brazilians.
When you get top 2 out of top 3 in 3 out of 4 rounds, I think that is just a great performance through and throughout, right? You get very decent average points. Even when you look at the elimination leaders, you 2 of them from BRU, 2 of them, well, 1 of them from Magic Squad and 1 from MIBR.
Yeah, so Brazil really starting to show their stuff just in the knockout stage. We're not even close to actually being in the grand finals.
That's true.
But we've got Jonah yet again as our MVP. Again, this man just showing that again. You know, he doesn't have to have the highest numbers. It comes down to his consistency and how he benefits the team.
I think finally Jonah has gone to his slaying ways. Earlier on, he was picking up many of those assists and not really the eliminations. So this time around, it seems like the captain is getting back into the rhythm. And this is what's so scary about Buriram United. They don't have to wake up at the start of the competition. They literally can show up in the final 2 days and still get into the grand finals.
And this is also what I mentioned very early on, right? And the shift of meta, now that you have Tatsuya being such a meta character, a lot of teams are picking it up. Look at BRU, you have triple Tatsuya, and you wonder how they were able to outmaneuver Magic Squad at the very end, because everyone has double dashes in their arsenal to work with. But it also allows players like Jonah, who usually plays a supportive role, to also get up close and personal with you.
And because Get High got taken down first in that equation, he could not use that A124, so it was just all-out skirmish with their mechanical skills, and Tatsuya clearly helped them, right? Because in a game of Free Fire, when you're going to be able to reposition faster than that auto aim, you're going to be able to walk away, especially with the mechanical skills of the Thai players.
Yeah, and of course, you know, seeing the mobility that Tatsuya gives to these players, how are you going to adapt to this? Like, now you have seen the effect of the Tatsuya double dash. Like, what do you do?
You just have to keep your distance and try to hope and pray that the gods of RNG are on your side. There's just no better way. Or alternatively,
pick Tatsuya
bring
yourself.
that Tatsuya in there and perhaps just back yourself up with a little bit of extra boost from Antonio.
I mean, A124 is probably the best way to kind of stop that ability.
That's true.
You know, temporarily, right, in these close quarter combats. Glue Wall works decent as well, as much as you can dash. You can't just break through structures.
Right.
But you look at the game standings, Buriram has 24 points. Magic Squad still got 19 out of that round.
God of Wolf, great start, but it's not looking good. And, you know, this was your question earlier on as well, Danny. Is this going to be a team for us to fear all throughout day number 1? Fortunately, the Vietnamese squad just couldn't really keep that pressure up.
I'll tell you the craziest thing was that God of Wolf got a booyah in round 1. And round 2 until 4, they were bottom 2, bottom 3.
Unfortunate, isn't it? But Magic Squad still stays at the very top. 82 points, 2 booyahs in the day. Buriram United hot on their heels, but RRQ not too far away from Buriram at all. We've got 2 more games to wrap day 1 up. And still, anything could have happened, but as long as Magic Squad just gets into that final circle, they're going to end the day with number 1 spot.
Yep. So I do believe we are going to have a bit of a break later on, but I think this is the best moment for the teams to really have that group talk, right? It's your last chance to have that group talk, really talk to your coaches and figure out how are we going to make the most of these last 2 games. Because we are down to the last 2. Right? And unfortunately, one of the maps is random. So there's only so much you can do to prepare for a random map. So Who needs to have that very big pep talk?
WASK.
WASK?
GOW definitely.
Too many.
I think
Too
GOW.
many.
I think if
Too
you look at a team, GOW needs to have that pep talk because they got up to such a hot start and then they just disappear.
Well, we're going to go for a quick break. We'll see you all after this. Hello, survivors, and welcome back to week 1, day 1 of the Free Fire World Series 2023. 4 games have been completed, and we are now left with 2 more games for groups A and B. My name is Annalie, and of course, joining me are my wonderful companions, the Mustachio, AJ, and Husky. Gentlemen, we have experienced a pretty interesting day 1 so far for the competition, with Brazil massively performing for the region, but Buriram also now putting themselves on the map after getting their first booyah. We've got 2 more games to go. Do we think we could be in for any more surprises to end the day?
Oh, definitely. I think the one thing about Free Fire is that time flies by so fast. I felt like we just started the day and we already had 4 rounds. 4 rounds and booyahs by 3 different regions, right? 2 for Brazil, 1 from Vietnam, 1 from Thailand. Now we're looking at LATAM, we're looking at MEA. Will these guys get a booyah? I think that is the big question.
And the next one is on Nextera, on top of everything else. The brand new map added into the rotation. So many of those compounds that gives you great capability to play a defensive game and not really waste a lot of your glue walls at the starting part of the matches. So you are going to have your aggressive teams like Buriram, you're going to have your aggressive teams like Magic Squad pretty much luck out, because all they need to do is just stay hunkered down, and nobody's going to be able to approach their defenses unless they've got good grenade play. So that's going to be the prime focus of this next match.
But what are the chances that we get a bit of a Kalahari again in this round, right?
High probability.
We had 4 teams get eliminated within minutes of jumping into Kalahari. I mean, it could be a possibility on Nextera. We kind of don't know, right? We don't know where the teams are going to want to drop. We don't know if anyone else is going to want to try and contest for the high tier loot zone. It's going to come down to our competitors for this round. But I want to hear some, I guess, I don't know if I should ask for predictions. We kind of have it on the screen. We'll have it on the screen in just a second. But we do have our stars that we do need to watch out for. And I mean, they made a name for themselves. I'm not going to complain about who's up here.
I mean, look at Jiu. He has 15 eliminations, 6.8k damage in total, compared to Wasana, who has 7 elimination and 6,000 damage dealt across 4 rounds. So these guys are really having a great time. But of course, this is definitely not get high.
No.
Some MG squad. But of course, you have the champ. He's the champion for COP FF Free Fire 2023, right? So again, one of the strongest teams in Brazil. And I mentioned this a few times, but the returning team from last year as well.
I mean, there's a high probability Magic Squad goes all the way this time around, but there's just nothing to say that Buriram United is not going to sneak this away from them at the very final second. Because once again, I think the knockout stages is more of playground stuff for both of these teams. They're both titans. Getting into the grand finals is a no-brainer. My biggest question is, who's going to get the best of each other on Point Rush? Because the eliminations mean absolutely nothing. You just need to purely survive. So that's going to be the more exciting part. But unfortunately, you got to wait until week 3 for that.
We've got to wait for week 3. I mean, we've still got 2 exciting games happening, so don't worry about week 3, okay? We're still on day 1. Let's enjoy day 1 while we still can.
I want Point Rush.
You want Point Rush?
No, seriously, because Point Rush really changes the landscape of Free Fire, where you take the engagements out. I am looking forward to some hilarious moments where teams just purely focus on survival and they just run. All they think about is running
They just run for
and surviving.
And the craziest thing about that is that this is the very first time this format gets implemented, right? And on the world stage, nonetheless.
We didn't even get it during the qualifiers.
We got it none of the tournaments before FFWS.
Yeah.
But I think when we head to Nextera, one thing that might give us the same elements of Kalahari is also because Nextera is a unique map, right? You have a lot of different contraptions. You have portals to teleport. You have low gravity biomes that you can float around. You have elevators, escalators, whatever futuristic stuff is on that map.
Elevations you have to worry about.
I mean, the thing that you really got to worry about is just the sheer number of compounds. You did ask a good question. Are we going to get a repeat of Kalahari? The probability is really, really low. Because you're probably just going to jump into a compound, multiple buildings, just hide in one of them, pick up as many guns as possible, and try your very best to survive. Unless your team just has this weird strategy of splitting up again, then yeah, the probability of getting punished is really high.
That sounds like RRQ, because that has been a strategy for that team thus far. Spread out, make sure they have someone left to revive the team after they've gathered their information. I think it's been happening almost all day for RRQ.
I'm like, why would you?
It's a default strat for certain teams. When you want to fall back to kind of one of the most standard ways to play with the revival point, you send one guy out, he goes down, he gets revived.
That's like if
Well,
you
okay,
ask me.
one guy I
The
can
most
understand.
terrible strategy,
Oh.
especially if you're a team that can take a pretty good gunfight, a team fight, and RRQ is just one of those, right? So there's no reason whatsoever to split apart. Let's see if they get that done this time around. GOW, God of Wolf. Probably sick and tired of not really getting much points. Perhaps the blue circle gameplay for them, and they'll have to meet C Triple G.
Oh,
There's
actually, C Triple G is pulling off the multi-split strat here.
There's also a sub for Furious Gaming as well. Unknown is out, and they have brought Nico in for round number 5. So this could be a shift in the dynamic, right? Because this is also a team
Oh my gosh.
who got off to a great start and started suffering right after.
Look at Intellect Center. There are a lot of teams occupying that small
what?
space.
So FG also spread out. There is WAG actually.
What a weird way to end the day. Lots of splitting up for these teams.
Oh, there it is. Nico in.
I don't. I mean, it beats me as
This
to
man
why
is
would.
mind blown.
No, I mean, I really don't get this strategy at all. I mean, on point rush, if you pull this off, I'm totally in for it, right? But on a game where you do need to heavily depend on your engagements and your survivability,
And your loot.
yeah, I'm not a big fan of this setup at all. The teams are just starting off on a foot where they're not really confident unless they split up that they can survive to that next circle, which is not a great way to start.
If you want to spread out, you need to make sure that someone finds a buy point or a revival point as fast as possible, right? To kind of guarantee that you instantly reset because you don't want to lose a lot of resources. And that one guy who is the scout, you generally don't have too much time or you don't pick too much resources up as well.
Yeah.
In this
I like
case-
the fact that you said that one guy, because that's the only kind of split I am in favor of, that 1-3 split, where that one guy is just your insurance policy in case things do go south for the 3 players that do take one of those hotspots.
Yeah.
It's either or, right? Either that one guy gets sacrificed or he's the guy that gets everyone back.
Dolphin takes out Dolphin. That's the problem with the RGS 50.
Well,
you don't use it near walls.
He's gone. Oh, well, he gets brought back.
It is back.
No big deal. No
They have
big
an
deal.
insurance policy, okay? They got life insurance.
He was
They
testing
do.
to see if the RGS 50 works. You know.
Now look at the ring around the rosy here. Magic Squad trying to
even
swap positions
God of
with Torad. God of Wolf dropping by as well. This 3-way has turned into a 4-way. Intellect Center. Not a lot of intellect right here.
I'm not jealous of Darkhole right now. He is all alone.
Honestly, you hardly get teams that willingly go to Intellect Center at the start of the round, let alone when the circle is not even part of the area, right? WAG actually wiped out 3 members of AGG off screen, and that's going to be bought back very fast anyways. AGG definitely not enjoying this. They are at the low gravity zone. WAG now taking some punishment. Get High finding Cyrus, and if for some reason Buriram United decides they also want a piece of this.
What a messy start to Nextera. But this is the Free Fire World Series at the end of the day. The creme de la creme of squads. You throw them out into a lobby, you're going to see some pretty great chaos unfolding. Diana backing away. Iza got out of the equation already. God of Wolf in a lot of trouble. Here comes Torad as well. The Black Crown turns against Darkall. Lozzy for the backup. Dick Wang, can he survive Lozzy? M1887, but shots from afar. North just couldn't back him up.
He's in trouble. He's attracted WASK. This is not going to be a good fight for Torad unless they somehow manage to stifle the bleeding, and they've been able to do so.
Yeah.
It's not too bad for them. 3 eliminations. They brought Darko back up, and WASK now forced to disengage.
Oh, that was a half-hearted push if I saw one. I'm actually a little bit scared
WASK?
here for WASK. I'm scared they're just going to get eliminated. Oh, they do get Darkhole.
No.
Oh.
C Triple G chipping in as well.
Oh.
Genius.
YNS is all alone. He gets taken down, so Darko still will bleed out. Unfortunate, but at least Torad still has 3 guys left alive. But you know who that attracted? Magic Squad. They are here to clean it up, and they know exactly where Lozzy is.
This is the last team you want to be attracting, especially with how much success they've been having. Oh, no.
Man, takes himself out.
Everybody's taking themselves out. I mean, as the world has gotten to a point where you can't find a date anymore.
He has one more grenade in his hand. He's like, all right, round 2. Oh, that one didn't hit as well. It's not the best.
I thought it was gonna get to the top, man, but a little unfortunate.
Torad!
Torad!
Oh, man.
I mean, it just continues. They're getting ripped apart, and I can't say they did not deserve that. They had a great opportunity to just hunker down. A little unfortunate. that Magic Squad showed up.
And C-Triple-G, they are here. Maybe this is the chance for them to really stop Magic Squad because Magic Squad hasn't had much time to recover.
Yeah.
And Bob 7 is going to be shot on fire, really on point with those shots. The Riptide Rhythm will get rid of that glue wall on fire.
Sophia
was knocked out at the end, but thankfully in the safe hands of Cosq.
Sophia just couldn't save his life. You only get 3 seconds to take one player down and remain standing on the battlefield. Just wasn't the case for him. Got knocked down instantaneously. Butson's going to back away. Magic Squad, 3 more players. Yago just teasing the circle, but he's moving on towards a vending machine and C-Triple-G. Do they go in for the push? WASK can ask big questions from the back as well.
Oh,
but
that's
Magic
Dan.
Squad's not going to stay around.
The Dinoculus actually didn't see anyone from Magic Squad, so
They think it's clear.
this could be good news for Magic Squad. Yeah, he's out of here. He doesn't want to be a part of this at all.
Where's he going?
There it is.
I
Hiding.
think he may be free.
Oh, okay, Magic Squad also got out. This is very, very good news for them. Can't say the same for Hotshot though.
Uh-oh.
Action. He doesn't have...
Oh, roadkill.
What a knock. That grenade is managing to find the right moment, the right timing. The vehicle came in, interfered as well. RRQ Kazu now circling on around. The players going for the chase, and it looks like the players of Hotshot are not going to be able to survive this. Ana69 backs away straight towards Grav Labs, taking on the blue circle.
Sajid also gets found. Fortunately, Hotshot basically separated from one another, so Abe picks up a 3 point. There's 5 for RQ Kazu so far, clearing out this entire area so they get free reign as well.
Now, we did see the circle heading towards the eastern side of the map as well, and the majority of our teams are actually situated on the western side. So very likely that these teams are going to run into each other, and we are going to run into some skirmishes. Although, is that really going to be an issue, though? Because we are still rather in the center of the map. There's still a lot of compounds to work with. They're not really looking at an area that is pretty open. I mean, what would you sort of want to do here? Do you still dodge everybody whilst heading in towards that inner circle? Or do you decide, okay, we're just going to use these compounds, we're going to fight everybody whilst we get into that inner circle?
Well, if you're Buriram, you don't fight anyone because you're out of glue walls. I know this is next era. You don't really need a lot of those glue walls, but WASK might just be the ones to punish Buriram United here. But they need to be able to get 2 players down first. It's going to be Wasana as well as Get High on the rush towards the top already. There is a grenade launcher on the opposite side. WASK, this is your moment.
Oh, actually Get High, kind of blocking Wasana's line of sight for a little bit. Again, this is... From Topia, it's a pretty large area to play around. You have multiple angles to work with as well. Mr. Ali, he's going to stay in a Travelator. The rest of WSK, they should be seeing Wasana show up. That grenade launcher being put to work. Actually, Get High ends up getting blown up instead. Genius with the snipe from downtown, but Jonah on an off angle, able to do some damage to WASK, keeping them at bay for now.
With the D ahead. It's not going to be on your walls anytime soon, says Genius, still with a grenade launcher. One more shot needed. Moshi tagged up from the right-hand side. Genius needs to be really careful now. Sophia just popping up for a couple of seconds. Doesn't get the engagement. Gets put down onto the ground by Wasana. Buriram United. Very easy takeover of Farmtopia as the blue circle catches up.
Completely flanked from the side. Very, very unfortunate. WASK now kind of feels like they are trapped in this building to have to fight Buriram United. But unfortunately, it's just Zzox and YNS. They don't really have much to work with. Only one glue wall between the 2 of them.
They do have health packs though, so if they do want to, they can maybe try and out-sustain Buriram, but I mean, with how heavily and how quickly they're pushing into WASK, I don't think you really have much time left.
Buy point, buy
if you're going
point.
to try and dodge. Oh, they're still there though. They can't quite get the angle on WASK.
Did they at least buy the teammates back? Because this could give them a lifeline. Zzox is already down. Wasana finds that knock.
That's it.
I don't think so.
I think they got the buy.
Did they?
Yes.
Oh, yes, they did.
Oh, thank goodness. It's a pentakill for Wasana. There's 5 eliminations.
9 eliminations on Buriram. This team is on fire, and here is the circle. And it's in favor of RRQ. They are all alone on that eastern side of the inner circle, and they're going to be able to push out God of Wolf here because we've only got 1 player coming in.
Buriram is just way too far away from all of this action as they travel right back in. Hotshots trying their very best to survive this. Thankfully, not a lot of teams in their compound or around them. AGG, on the other hand, is going to find one knock. Razor against Izagod. God of Wolf still being tortured out there on the battlefield.
But look at this, though. They are attracting a lot of attention with that noise.
Yeah. Here comes RRQ as they try to back away. C-Triple-G with the advantage against them. RRQ distracted a tad bit here. Furious Gaming right in front of them. C-Triple-G opens fire. They respond with all of the glue wall melters. Circle pressuring all of them at the same time. Peter in a lot of trouble. RRQ choosing to stay at the very edge. They find a clip onto C-Triple-Q. Abay with those shots. Peter still alive and kicking. On fire. Not on fire just yet as Razor pushes him to a corner. AWM in hand. The guy's just trapped.
There's a Trogon on Razor as well. On fire, and Peter trying to keep themselves afloat in this container. Cosq has then propped out. This cluster gotta be huge, but it's just not huge enough. Peter able to protect himself on fire. Barely clean up by Thread. Razor ends up getting knocked instead. It's an even trade. Legalov needs help. Peter fights them out. Abby gets flanked instead. Cosq now has a lot of problems to deal with. One more. Can you keep your team afloat? On fire is back up. Cosq just stood back up and he goes back down again. Dude's getting pressure. FG, they want to power this. MIBR coming in from behind. It's a four-way fight.
Yeah, Furious Gaming furiously trying to chuck all of these grenades against RRQ. Razor gets away, flanks around the right-hand side. But look at this. Chow has got that MAC-10 in hand. Razor's going to be in a lot of trouble. On fire, down on the ground. Final survivor now for RRQ.
There's bad there as well. This is such a terrible position to be if you're Razor. He is the last player remaining on his team. But on the other side, though, we are still seeing 3 squads going up against each other.
Pocho trapped outside, and there's just no way he gets away from this sticky situation.
I mean, Stark Tank got found out by Bad as well. MIBR, they are getting pulled apart by multiple members. As Joanne also has to deal with Razor, he now gets locked in a 1 versus 1, and Bass somehow is still dancing around the members of MIBR. Pitbull, you gotta do something about this bad guy as Razor. He's running out into the open. FG getting left out to dry.
Pocho and Rigby taking each other out of the equation, but Soy Delta will be able to pick Pocho right back up. But this circle hurting way too much, and GOW out of the equation at the same time as well. MIBR still alive and kicking, and the Pitbull finding a couple to chew on. Just the first elimination for him alongside Zhao. 4 eliminations. They are trying to look for yet another, but the pickup is there, and MIBR does not find the conversion onto the players. Buriram United, I mean, they're just having a field day here. 14 eliminations already on the opposite side of the map.
So many eliminations, so many casualties. But I think with all that was said and done, I think RRQ actually got out with Razor. So RRQ's not even out of the game yet. Unless, yeah, Razor is there. He's managed to actually split himself off from the competition into a secluded area. So there is a chance that he can get extra placement points for the team.
He most definitely can. And RRQ Kazu, they are in the 3rd spot at the moment with a total of 54 points. 10 points behind Buriram United. Buriram's clearly going to run away now. C-Triple-G on fire, down on the ground. It's going to be Sabas as well down for the side of AGG. Picked right back up. RRQ out of the equation. 5 more teams left in here. And AGG try to go for their first booyah. Can they get that though?
Pretty crazy that C-Triple-G is still hanging on, but Cosq unfortunately gets found out by Seba, so he is out of this. C-Triple-G getting whittled down 1 by 1. This circle is getting very constricted. WAG have shown up as well. BRU with 3 members left and 14 points are looking for more.
Buriram United, all they need to do is just stay silent, wait for WAG.
What a nade.
And the engagement finally starts off, and it's going to be Buriram United looking for the kill steals, and they will be able to nick off all of those eliminations. Dolphin down on the ground as well. AGG recovers, but Buriram United, now the onslaught starts. Wasana out of the equation already with the 8 eliminations in hand. He already gave the team a lot. 16 points already in hand for Buriram, and they're not even at the final battle yet.
Yeah, they already have a booyah's worth of eliminations, and they are still going for more. Look at this. Jonah, he's running into everyone. Get High gets knocked down. This could be a fatal mistake, though, because Jonah is all alone. Oh, shit, this is the fight that you want to go for. Get High can't be saved. The blue is going to take him down. Still trying to go for the flank. Gets picked off from long range by Pitbull, and Jonah still stands. This man is dancing around with death.
Trogon in hand. Blue wall melters up top. Joe's not going to be teased by this at all. Moshi, the backup for Jonah. Jonah with the shotgun, trying to get the job done. 4 eliminations each for Moshi as well as Jonah. And it looks like Jonah doesn't really have to worry all that too much about AGG at this point of time. C-Triple-G spotted out by Moshi. Moshi with the shots from afar. MIBR going in for the final finisher. 1v2.
Yes.
And Zhao puts one more down.
Great stuff. They even got the extra shields as well. I believe the Sonya did pop for both of them. So Pitbull now gets to heal himself back up. They have 5 glue walls on this man. This is a very winnable fight considering that they are isolated in a corner. Joanne just Staying alive, thankfully, still gets knocked down. His head popped up in the open and gets popped by Joel.
Moshi still alive and kicking all alone on the right-hand side. Jonah in the thick of action, finally down on the ground. Moshi's just going to play clutch situation here. AWM in hand. He's going to go for some cheeky shots, but mainly play those placement points. MIBR on the other hand, the Pitbull, trying to circle around and gnaw at the foot of Moshi, but AGG still going to be a little bit annoying from the right-hand side. Peter alive and kicking with the double revolver, just playing the game of survival.
Lopez is not having a good time. He is very low. Peter, he's going to jump out thanks to the blue zone. He's gone as well. Lopez gets knocked instead. Moshi has to run out into the open. He's getting pressured by the circle as well. Lopez stands back up. Joel is going to be there with him. This is a very, very deadly deadlock.
Oh, Moshi.
Great play by Moshi.
He's playing so patient.
Glue wall melter. And this is going to help out the players of MIBR a tad bit. AGG pressured by Moshi and the glue wall melter. MIBR just needs to finish the job, and Moshi wants to set up the 1v2 for himself. Just baiting in AGG against MIBR. Big brain plays by the clutch player out of Buriram. Zhao, Mac-10, Moshi, M10-14. Shotgun versus the SMG. Moshi should be able to get the job done here.
I mean, Pitbull is isolated. He finds Lopez somehow with the shotgun at close range. What a reposition! MIBR might be able to do this, but he's up against Moshi, the clutch god. Pitbull, the Sonya keeps him alive. Who do you doubt this man? Moshi is too damn good at this game.
The MVP of the previous Free Fire World Series clutches it out once again for your two-time world champs, and Moshi still got it, baby. What a massive round for Buriram United.
What a player. And I loved his approach going into the late game.
Oh, yeah.
Do you know what he did? He was actually enabling the other two teams to fight into each other.
Yeah.
He wasn't shooting at them. He threw in the glue wall melter to say, here's the melter for you. You can finish them off. I'm coming in to pick you up later.
I mean, big brain plays out of Moshi all throughout, not just in the three-way fight. He was going up against 4 players, a 2v2, we won. Moshi was all alone, but just moments before that, that backup that he was giving Jonah, I think Jonah was just a little bit too careless with his engagements. Moshi, on the other hand, just told his brother, you go ahead, man. I still got this. And as usual, the clutch god of Buriram steps it up for the squad.
I just want to quickly point out that MIBR had made probably one of the best moves in their final circle.
Yeah.
Moshi only had 2 shots in his chamber. And he one-pump both of them. And just absolute insanity from this man. And you wonder how they clutched out that final round against K last year. This is how they did it.
If we don't interview him, I'm going to lose it. I need to hear from this man.
Nah, we need to hear from Jonah. Jonah just needs to put everybody
to shame.
You know, Jonah is the only man in the, I don't know what they call it, the team shot, the mug shot, whatever. He's the only guy not smiling.
Jonah's probably one of the deadliest trash talkers, okay? You hear him speak and you're not going to join the next lobby. You're just going to call a technical difficulty. You're going to sit the next match out.
No. I'm sorry. No, you go straight to the airport, you go home. You don't even play anymore.
16 eliminations just at this point alone.
God.
Before the Booyah.
Before the Booyah, yeah.
Safe to say, this is the record setter for the Free Fire World Series thus far. I mean, massive round from your two-time world champs.
Yeah, for this year, definitely.
Okay, I thought Kalahari was an amazing end game. This one tops it easily.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And also at one point, Moshi was actually at a disadvantage because Jonah overextended.
Yeah.
And look at this. Best possible flag for MIBR. Moshi, this one pump. What is this? Look at this. Pops one, puts out the glue wall, and instantly reloads. Finds the pick at the edge of the glue wall. I mean, it's either a good shot or the pellet just somehow clipped MIBR at the edge.
Had no medkits whatsoever to work with. On top of everything else, the guy had his back against the wall. This was the clear story of burn your boats when you hop on in for a battle, and Moshi burned everything, even his house. He knows he's going to become champion again. He can buy another one.
Well, I think if anything, he was probably the walking dead at that point. You know, he knew he was already in trouble, so it's either you go all out or you go home, and he decided to go all out. What a man.
This is what I live for. This is why I shoutcast. I mean, matches like that, players like that, they just give life to all of us.
The hairstyle might have changed, but the play style is still the same.
I was going to say, maybe he got buffed. I thought he got nerfed originally with the haircut, but I think he's getting better.
Nah,
so
Moshi never gets
Next year, no hair. No promise you. Best performance.
During FFWS, we thought he was pacified, but apparently he was just saving his fangs for the World Series, right? We're going to interview coming up for BRU. Let's pass it over to our host in Bangkok.
We arrived at the game before the final, and oh my god, let me tell you, that was sensational play from ex or former championship from Buriram United. Thank you, welcome and congratulations. Your friend said that, wait for me for next Booyah. How do you feel?
เมื่อกี้วาสนาบอกว่ารอผมเลยรอบหน้าผมจะมายืนตรงนี้รู้สึกยังไงคะ
ก็มั่นใจครับเพราะทีมผมมั่นใจในทุกๆคนว่าทำได้แน่นอน
My team have confidence that we gonna make it again.
And you're here, you made it, and you eliminated all the players by just yourself. Do you think that situation was easy for you?
จากสถานการณ์เมื่อกี้คือเราคนเดียวเก็บหมดเลยรู้สึกยังไงกับเหตุการณ์เมื่อกี้มันง่ายไหมที่จะจัดการ
มันก็ถือว่าง่ายไหมมันก็ยากครับแต่ว่าฝึกฝนมาอย่างเป็นอย่างดีครับ
It's quite difficult situation to handle this, but I practice a lot for this type of.
People always say that Thailand team, especially your team, will be champion again. What do you want to say about that?
ทีมอื่นๆเขาบอกว่ายังไงประเทศไทยก็น่าจะเป็นแชมป์อยู่แล้วรู้สึกยังไงกับเรื่องนี้คะ
ก็มันก็คงต้องเป็นอย่างนั้นครับ
ว้าว
เราแข่งที่ประเทศไทยก็แชมป์ก็ต้องอยู่กับประเทศไทยครับ
It is what it is, yeah, because we play in Thailand and Thailand need to be a champion again.
I like that. I like that confidence from you. And by entering this competition again as former championship, is there any pleasure for you or from your team?
รู้สึกกดดันไหมคะกับการแข่งครั้งนี้ที่แบบกลับมาแล้วอีกครั้งหนึ่ง
ก็กดดันครับเพราะว่ามาในนามสโมสรใหม่ชื่อใหม่ครับ
Quite a bit of pressure because this year we came with a new name from the new organization.
And lastly, a lot of friends from any regional who haven't tasted Thai food yet. Any suggestion, any recommendation, what menu they should try?
แนะนำอาหารไทยให้กับต่างชาติหน่อยค่ะ
ข้าวเหนียวมะม่วงครับ
Mango and sticky rice.
Mango sticky rice, the best Thai food from you to recommend everyone. Thank you so much and hope you win again for the final game. Thank you and good luck to you. And that's another winner from former championship. Let's see who will win the final game. Back to you, Shoutcaster.
I can vouch for sticky rice. That stuff is good.
A mango sticky rice is my staple. I have it at least once a week.
Once a week.
And I'm not even in Thailand, I'm in Malaysia.
I'm a Pad Thai guy.
When I go
Okay,
to
sure.
Thailand though, yellow curry
And
is the
yellow
bomb.
curry.
Yellow curry is
Yes.
the bomb.
Interesting point brought up by our host, right? Get High, well, Moshi, the rest of them are in a new organization, right?
Yeah.
Buriram, it was Phoenix, and then Buriram X Evos, and now
Yeah.
it's just Buriram United. No one has ever won a world championship under two different organizations. I mean, BRU could be the second one, led by the same roster who won a world championship 2 times.
My goodness.
Can you imagine that?
8 eliminations for Wasana. This guy was a great pick to replace God Cruz. I mean, everybody was thinking, what's going to happen to the squad with the departure of God Cruz? Wasana just stands up and says, absolutely nothing. We're still going to be champions.
Wasana knows he's good. He doesn't need
Oh,
God
yeah.
in his name.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, when they played in FFSI, when he was with Magic Esports, they were tearing up a storm as well,
That's
right?
true.
I mean, Wasana was one of the golden child in that league, alongside other big names. You know, we talk about Iza God as well, but Wasana.
Remember that one play? I forgot which map that was. This guy just flew across the map, picked the biggest backstab of all,
Oh yeah,
and walked away. I think that was the play that got him rostered in here for Buriram.
and the fact that he didn't even participate in the last circle, right? He was
Yeah.
gone before that. It was
Yeah.
a 3v4. When he get high, got picked off. Jonah kind of griefed his team by overextending. But the points that they got, even without that booyah, they've already got
Yeah.
the 16 eliminations up to that point. And half
Yeah.
of that was courtesy of this man.
I think a total of 18 eliminations for this particular game, if I'm not mistaken. Let's take a look at that in a
What?
little bit.
Whoa.
But everybody's running the Sonia, and I'm not surprised at all, right? I mean, first of all, a little bit of a change in terms of the setup coming through from Buriram United. They serve up their back-to-back booyah, but every single player banking on Sonia, and Moshi didn't even need to really depend on her at the end of the day.
It's pretty crazy. They went from triple Tatsuya plus one A124
Yeah.
to now a more defensive lineup, and they still made it work. And remember, Moshi was the last guy
Yeah.
standing Dimitri in this 1v1, not really the best character to work with. You get knocked down, that is it. But
Oh, look at the
They
damage.
don't need much. Look at this.
Oh, that's huge.
19 eliminations in total. Buriram United setting the record for the Free Fire World Series. For
31
2023.
points in total.
My goodness.
Almost what got them the trophy last year, right? I think they got like 33 or 34 last year, but this is pretty darn close.
They're showing Magic Squad how to work some magic.
You know what's kind of crazy as well, though? Like if we consider Buriram's performance all day today, they have actually been getting better and better after every single game, and we still have one more game to go.
Guys.
31 points for Buriram Esports.
No, that's not the point. Where's Magic?
They've caught up to Magic?
Yeah.
Where's Magic?
Well, okay, we don't know if they've fully caught up to them. We need to take a look at the leaderboard when we have
they caught up.
I feel like they have.
You
They
think
caught
so?
up.
It's
I don't
either
know. No, because there was, I think, I want to say 18-point difference, I think.
The craziest thing is that Magic Squad
You know what?
was
Let's wait.
bottom 2,
Yeah.
but they got 7 eliminations.
I mean, that's insane.
Let's
That's
wait.
absolutely insane. Just purely from eliminations alone, they kind of stayed alive in this lobby.
All right, hang on. It's the moment of truth. The overall standings.
Yeah, there it
Buriram
is.
is on top. 6 points over Magic Squad. What a comeback. And we thought Magic Squad was actually going to be able to stay on top for all of today. But Buriram proving us wrong.
That's all of a one
Do
round.
not include me in that. I mean, Magic Squad's good. Staying up at the top the whole day with Buriram consistently performing round after round was, you know, a little bit of a big ask, even though Magic Squad is great.
Yeah, and you're starting to see a bit of that gap forming as well. The power, the difference in power dynamic for some of these teams. You look at the top and you look at the bottom, that is almost that is more than a 70-point difference.
Yeah.
Which is pretty crazy considering that we just finished 5 rounds, right?
Yeah.
Some teams have already fallen into the red zone where there's a chance they might not even make it past the knockout stage.
Well, I mean, we've still got 2 more play days to go. Although, unfortunately for teams in Group B, it's already won. Group A as well, already won. They've only got 1 more day to go. But before that, though, we've got, you know what else? 1 more? A random map. We still don't know what this random map is actually going to be. So I'm really keen to know what is it going to be.
Kalahari next Terra. Let's go, baby.
At least we all agree on Kalahari, right?
Well, okay, but we did sort of talk about this during the break, right?
Yeah.
So all of us are kind of banking on it on being Kalahari.
Yeah.
Although I think my brain is telling me it might be Purgatory. My heart says Kalahari, brain says
You
Purgatory.
just want a water circle. I
Yes!
know.
I want Kalahari.
Okay,
we need to make up for the absence of Kalahari
Look,
the
sir,
whole year.
it's either you go all in with water or none at all.
Okay, wait. A different prediction altogether. Do you think either Magic Squad or Buriram is going to hit the next Booyah?
Okay, I know. The random map is actually going to be a new map that they have not released yet.
What?
That would be a surprise.
Sure. Oh, here's the map selector, and it's gonna be Bermuda as our map. So we're gonna go back to our origin story here with Free Fire. It's fine.
I'm not thrilled at all.
It's fine. It's a vanilla map. We've all played it. We were all essentially born here.
Good.
So
God of Wolf is saying thank you. Thank you, gods of RNG. Thank you. God of Wolf finally makes a comeback perhaps in the final round. And this was where we didn't really see a lot from the other teams. The underdogs performed really, really well.
You can say the same for Furious Gaming, right?
Yeah.
Furious Gaming and God of Wolf, coincidentally, their logos are almost similar, except for God of Wolf having the actual wolf in the G. They performed pretty well in Bermuda, and afterwards they kind of fizzle out.
you know what? I'm gonna be that person. I don't think the map selection is going to save these 2 teams.
No.
I think they had the element of surprise
Yeah.
for the first map of the day. Some teams were cold.
Yep.
Everyone's warmed up now.
Yep.
So this is not just going to be a case of like, oh, they can easily get booyahs or they can get top 2. They're going to really have to compete with the top dogs now because everyone's running at 110% now.
God of Wolf, let's go.
God of Wolf!
I bet none of you guys predicted God of Wolf.
No, we didn't. We didn't know what map it was going to be, so this one's from the previous game. Buriram, RRQ, as well as Magic Squad. For me, I think it's high time RRQ stepped it up.
Well, I'm still expecting for this team to actually get a booyah because consistency-wise, they've been 3rd the whole day. So they're not a bad team. They're just not finishing in the top of the leaderboard, but they're getting enough points to just be like, hey, we're kind of here.
Yeah, actually, it's not the worst thing ever. It only matters when you come to the final few rounds of the finals, right? Where one Booyah can set you apart. But aside from that, at least you know that this team is around, and sometimes they get overlooked. because people don't see them on the Booyah screen. They're like, well, where is this team? And then you look at the leaderboard, you're like, oh wow, they're actually in top 5.
I have a question for her.
Ooh.
What in your right mind made you still keep Thorat?
I believe in my boys. Okay, national
Like
pride
based
for
on
me.
what?
National pride. Okay, so originally my prediction for Thorat is probably the same as yours, right?
Yeah.
They were the first seed from Indonesia. They performed very well in the region, and you know, you kind of make the assumption that well, they're going to generally do well. Unfortunately, that has not been the case, but I'm still going to give them my support. RRQ though has been pulling it through. I'm just hoping that this team is going to be able to get things together and actually get their first booyah, because they're Indonesian fans. 100%, they're still cheering for them regardless of their results today.
And then when you think back about the history of some of these top Indonesian teams, right? Thorat wasn't even the top team back then. It was SCS Alfine, and they didn't make it. It was GRC Aphrodite who was putting up a fight, currently Poco Stars. To a certain extent, I would say RQ Kazu was the only team that Thorat beat, and now RQ Kazu is performing better.
And that was only in the finals for them to get that #1 seed. Before that, I believe in the group stage, it was RRQ Kazu with the better position. So I think RRQ Kazu kind of just dropped the ball towards the grand finals, intentionally or unintentionally. I guess we will find out.
As long as you qualify, right? Because there are 3 seeds. You know, we don't have that luxury. We have 1.
1 seed, unfortunately.
By we, he means MCPS.
Yes.
But we only need 1.
All right,
how I
ladies
wish.
and gentlemen, we are loading our teams into the plane as we get ready to play our final game of the day. It's going to be back onto Bermuda, the place where it all began, not just for these players, but also for us survivors. Let's see who gets that final booyah, who gets that final push in points, and for all we know, maybe the performance for some of these teams on this map is going to determine whether they make top 12 overall or not.
If you end the day without at least 50 points minimum, you are in hot water. And there are teams who are still in the 30-point range, or 20 to 30-point range, which isn't looking good. WASK is a good example, Hotshot as well. These two teams definitely need to step it up a little bit. I think
Thorat is even struggling. They're in 10th place right now.
Yeah.
You know, I think we're going to see a totally different record being set here. Finding one team claim 100 points on one day is, you know, pretty impressive. But finding 2 teams potentially claim more than 100 points, you're going to probably see it here if Buriram as well as Magic Squad get into that final circle.
Yeah, they get top to 100%.
100%.
Yes.
100%, they get more than 100.
And that is considering the fact that they didn't perform like top 3 finishes all rounds, right? There were rounds that BRU dropped, there are rounds that MGS also dropped. Speaking about Hotshot early on, they are already engaged in a gunfight, and it's not looking good for them because AGG about to look for some cleanup. That double revolve from Joel is enough to take out action. Sebas also finds Hasu. This could be the end of the evening for Hotshot, just going out cold.
Unfortunately, someone's going to have to take that 12th spot, and for Hotshots, I mean, it's not really the best way to go out and end the day, but I think at this point, this is where the team just organizes a dinner, have a bit of a talk, get ready for their next grouping.
This is how they started off game #1. They got the 3 eliminations, and then RRQ appeared and wiped them out.
Don't tell me it's happening
RRQ's gonna
again.
do that again.
Oh no!
A little bit late, but they do have all of the loot on their side. RRQ though,
But this is split though. It's only
yeah, they
2
don't have the
RRQ.
full numbers.
Uh-oh, what happens if they potentially both get eliminated here?
I mean,
It's 3 versus 2.
AGG is also a team that is struggling in that lower half.
And, you know, RRQ is slightly better when it comes to the engagements, but Sabaz puts him down. Nuts takes himself out with the RGS 50. This is going all the way of AGG.
I mean, he still took Sabaz with him, right? So it is not the worst. That Sonya is really keeping some of these players alive. Joel gets the stats back up. RRQ, they're done. They're done with this fight. You can't do it anymore.
Well, I mean, with no more players there, I mean, what can they do in that fight?
With Lopez having a time of his life, he's all alone. Or his teammates are just racking up multi-eliminations.
They're just saying they don't need him. Go scout for us. Try and tell us, okay, which direction are we potentially going to be expecting players?
And he shoots a mushroom. I don't know why.
You let
we'll
him
find
be.
out later.
Maybe it's for luck.
Can we bring back like the flag placing thing?
Oh, yeah.
I think we might not see that.
Actually, maybe not so soon.
Emotes
kinda
banned. I haven't seen a single emote.
Yeah, because that would be nice if you have the team flags. That was an idea I thought of. I'm not sure if...
But it really, really, you know, stirs the pot.
It's okay, we shoot mushrooms now.
MCPS does that a lot.
That With a couple of bad shots. He'll catch up for sure. Furious Gaming, not super furious thus far. But AGG, 6 eliminations. They are off to a fantastic start.
Yeah, four from Hotshot, 2 from RQ. Kazu, I think the worst part for RQ is that they got nothing out of it. Still sitting at 0 points.
Yeah, this is surprisingly a much quieter game compared to the majority of the games that we played today.
And you say that.
Yeah, well, maybe I'm trying to summon some action here, Husky. You kind of don't know what's going on in my brain here. Although, I'm a little bit worried here for Thorad because every time this team runs into an early skirmish, they just seem to not be able to win these.
Huh?
Nico Mac-10, how can you not take him down just yet? It's because it's Lasonia, baby. He stands on his feet. He gets knocked down either way. Ikal shows up, Nico goes down, and Torat now. 4 more players.
Oh, North.
Versus 3. Darkall, super low on that HP. Needs to patch himself right back up. Takes his own sweet time, though.
That could have been a difference maker. If Nico gets that reset from the Sonya, this fight would have been over right then and there. But Darko, he doesn't have any medkit, so this could still be an even one. North is looking for the sniper. A nade has already landed on, I believe, one of the Furious Gaming members. So FG, they are hightailing out of here.
Much safe play here for Thorad. Honestly, I think this is really the best thing the team can do. Because, again, I said this before, unfortunately, when it comes to these earlier skirmishes, it doesn't seem to be Thorad's forte. And it kind of makes me wonder, like, okay, well, if you're not confident in these skirmishes, regardless of who you go up against, what's the plan B? And it's got to be placements. But when it comes to trying to play for placements, that's also something Thorad can't really do. So then what's the plan C?
Like I said, right? I mean, it's very on brand for Thorad. They have these rounds and then they'll hit a massive one. We just need to be patient enough to hang on whilst they get into that mode. C-Triple-G, on the other hand, gonna spot a couple of MIBR players out in a tiny little compound, but not enough of a distance to make those grenades put them to work. MIBR gonna be putting a little bit of distance between themselves as well as the challengers. God of Wolf, Thorad is gonna be welcomed here with arms wide open. Dequang just opening a couple of shots pretty early, not letting the rest of the players drop by his compound just yet.
Yeah, I think Thorad, you just back off from here. Salvage whatever you can. Ikao is most likely going to be the scapegoat. And Lozzy, he is no longer involved.
Oh,
Ikao, and he's
my.
not even trying to reset, but it's just not enough. Isa God gets an instant trade.
God of Wolf making the comeback, gentlemen. Gonna try and get that booyah this round. This is the map that they got the booyah on first game of today. But still a lot of work to do for this team. And God of Wolf, I don't think they're really in a safe spot on the leaderboard either because they got the 1 booyah. After that, this team has just sort of sat at the bottom of the leaderboard. They really need to put their foot in, get these points today, because if they're going to sit on the bottom of the leaderboard again for their second play day, there's a very good chance they don't make top 12.
I mean, thankfully, Group C hasn't played at all, so they're not technically
kind of don't know
at
what's
the
happening in
bottom of the
Group C
leaderboard. So just with that, they're going to be holding on with a little bit of hope in their heart. They're going to be hoping and praying that Group C just becomes the feeding group of the competition, and they're going to rise up to the top. I mean, at the end of the day, like Husky said, top 12, that's all they want.
Again, if you don't have at least 50 points by the end of the day, you are in danger, right? If a team can overtake you by just getting 10 points per round, that is not good for you at all. And it's not a high bar to clear, you know, for Group C if they really want to do that. And you have teams in the danger zone. MIBR with C-Triple-G now. These two teams are going to be locked in conflict. And fortunately for Joanne, he is in a pretty tough spot, able to reposition. Pitbull covering him. Triple nades tossed out. Not actually, 2 of them connecting, but Pitbull barely staying alive.
On the other side, though, 1 player got eliminated.
MIBR, Pitbull, down on the ground. Very rare to see a Pitbull go out there and lose a dogfight. C-Triple-G. As they back away from this engagement, AGG not gonna get that lucky. Here comes Buriram United. Shots from Jonah, M1014 once again, and the captain rushes on in. Lopez down on the ground. Here comes the cluster as well. Sabaz out of the equation. Wasana cleans up house, get high, backs up Jonah as well. It's gonna be the flank around from the left-hand side. Wasana gets into a dogfight, but put down onto the ground. Joel makes sure he holds it together for the squad, and Jonah just backs him up and get high. Will clean house alongside Jonah. Buriram United, they need to once again bring Wasana back into the equation.
Yeah, it was a good attempt from AGG. That cluster nade almost wiped out Get High. That could have been an equalizer for the side of AGG, but they had to make a move. And again, I guess BRU is not the easiest thing to do, so BRU gets to walk away. There's plenty of time to get Wasana back.
plenty of time to get Wasana back. Also 5 eliminations, so we're not going to be seeing them copy their performance, I suppose, during game number 1. They are playing at their absolute best. Now we are starting to see roughly where that circle is going to end up, and
Don't do it.
I'm sorry, guys.
Don't do
There's
it.
a lot of water up there, but it is a northern circle. We're going to say that for now. It's a northern circle. Teams are going to have to make their way up there and find the safest path possible, because this map, Bermuda, is one of the smaller maps in the game, and there's not really a lot of wiggle room, especially if you're in a disadvantageous position, whether it be in terms of loot or number of teammates, because the number of players you have on your team, especially going into that late game, is a huge determining factor on how well you're going to do in that late game.
Can we be blessed by a
Don't laugh at me, come on.
And a hat trick here. I mean, Buriram United, at the end of the day, is a football club. And you know football clubs love their hat tricks out there. And I think Buriram might just be in a great position to hit exactly that on the opening day. You can't put it past them. But now God of Wolf, their next contenders. God of Wolf definitely likes Bermuda. But an early engagement against Buriram might just hurt them a little bit too much.
It's very nice. They actually shot the UAV out right
Here
before
comes
it got scanned, but unfortunately there was there's a second one.
Just to be safe.
Good attempt, and regardless, I don't think.
AJ's just
I had a feeling. I don't think that one is from GOW. So GOW is also sort of compromised.
GOW knows there's someone there, but they have got no idea exactly what to anticipate now. They are going to be scanned by the UAV as well. So I'm wondering exactly who's sending this out. Buriram United.
It's covering a lot of ground.
And they really don't need to do much in a situation like this. Magic Squad, on the other hand, RRQ. Let's see if Legolas can take the initial engagement. A couple of tags, backs away. Glue wall melter, courtesy of a buy as well. AUG in hand, tags from the left. But from afar, look at Yago just chipping on in.
Yago needs to be aware because Legolas is also keeping him at bay. So look at this rush coming from Budsin. The amount of grenades being tossed, Razor and Dos being chipped away. They gotta use the glue walls to protect themselves, and that ends up isolating the rest of the team. But there's an initial knock from the side of RQ. Dus does end up going down. Abe and Razor trying to keep their teammate alive, and Bobs also receives help. So this is pretty much an even fight between both teams as Legolas finds the first one onto Bobs, and that means that this flank is open for RRQ. But Budsin dashes into the ice grenade to find a trade for himself. He gotta get something done.
Magic Squad running out of that magic dust as Abai goes in for the finisher. Budsin really low on that HP. Razor picked up as well. He's got the Drogon in hand. M1014 going up against Budsin, and he goes down. Yago taking on Legolas still. M1014 in hand, and he will not get the job done. RRQ wipes the floor with a little bit of that magic dust.
And that's going to shut down Magic Squad from potentially taking that first place back as well. So that's a terrible place to be for Magic Squad if they were trying to fight for first place. So
and only one team will exceed that 100-point mark today.
I mean, Legolas literally winning the entire skirmish for his team. He pins down Yago. Yago decides that he's going to ignore Legolas, and Legolas ended up taking 2 of his teammates out, which in that situation is such a pivotal snipe. So RRQ just making the better call.
Yeah, I mean, Legolas with his flank around, that was just god-level gameplay right there. And I absolutely agree with you, man. Yago could have just put him out of the equation. Just choosing the wrong place to focus on the misplacement of that priority took them out of the equation. Now Magic Squad can't catch up with your 2-time world champs who are going for that hat trick.
yeah, and also the circle is moving away from the river. So we are going to be looking at a circle that is just a little bit south from Riverside here. So teams don't have to worry about being on the right side of the water. There's going to be plenty of ground to work with, but they have to make sure that they get their macro there.
No.
Make sure you have your glue walls, get your grenades ready. These teams are going to slowly converge into one another as we do see one player get eliminated down there.
Man, Bad got shot out of the skies. This could be the graves of FG because they just landed in the middle of 3 different squads.
That might be it for Furious Gaming.
Oh, man.
Who gets the steal, though? It's going to be...
Okay, BRU gets 1, I think. I think C-Triple-G also got 1. It's BRU's turn to be caught in the middle.
Wasana's not going to be bought back anytime soon. There's just no vending machines around BRU. They have to cross the map, potentially, to stand a good chance. Nope, but nothing else on the other side as well. So Wasana's going to sit this one out.
The same situation for BRU just like last round. It's a 3-man squad. RQ Kazu Abe around the corner. I mean, Genius wasn't even ready for that.
Waska out of the equation. RRQ, 3 players left. So this one is a little bit of a equalizer against Buriram United, who do have 3 on their side. Thorat,
Indonesia versus
perhaps it's
Indonesia.
going to be the time for Indonesia, the time for Thorat.
Even found a buy point at that moment. This could be crucial. Legolas, the glue wall a bit too far forward. But Abe is there. This kid just even goes for the execution just for style points. Abe getting a second for himself. Finally has his back taken out. The spine being ripped out by Darko from afar.
Darko now being pressured by the circle as well. Razor flank around. Duds just keeping him in a tight little position. The blue circle is going to do its number on Darko.
He could buy back.
Final survivor. Can he do it? Ice grenade tossed on out, and Duds runs away to save his own life. That vending machine's not going to help them bring anybody back, and FG gets taken out. No furiosity from them just yet.
I wonder if Darko was able to get any buybacks with that vending machine. As a Jonah, he's going to get sprayed down by On Fire. Get high.
Whoa!
Runs into an ambush. And Moshi left alone again. Can he do it for a second time? That's the first one to go. But not this time. Koskill makes sure that BRU doesn't stand a chance.
So we are going to get a new team to get that booyah for this round. It's not going to be our 2 Titans. RRQ unfortunately getting eliminated in 6th place there. We are still left with 5 teams left, 15 players, and WAG looking extremely healthy with 3 eliminations, now 5, and all 4 members remaining. And unfortunately, the last remaining team from Indonesia now eliminated from the round.
Ma'am, I think God of Wolf is still here.
Oh my god!
Let's go, baby. This is what we all live for. God of Wolf, great position out there on the battlefield. They've got a natural defensive compound here with the satellite tower as well. Dolphin getting tagged up. WAG on the left-hand side. CGGG will have to engage with WAG in order to survive towards the center of the circle. God of Wolf can just play fishing in a tight little barrel here.
And the best part is that they are the only team on that end of the map. It's separated by a main highway as well. So if you want to cross that highway, you put yourself in absolute danger. And look at the edge of the circle. A big part that is on that highway.
That's massive. And as well, like God of Wolf, they still have something to hide behind, even if that circle moves. And look at this, the aggression from this team. Relentless. They are hunting like a pack of wolves.
Peter tried to jump spot and got tagged by GOW. This is not easy for CGGG, considering the amount of distance they gotta cover. They gotta use those blue wall. On Fire. He is he's racing against time, and look at that pressure from the side of GOW.
Koskill is just waiting to cut that distance down so that he can use that grenade launcher. Dian drops On Fire. Koskill, opportunity, a sliver of health, and he's down on the ground. WAG takes him out. No usage of that grenade launcher. The distance is too much for them to deal with, and GOW now, one final player. It's gonna be Peter, but look at this. No waiting on ceremony. Here comes that flank around from Team WAG.
Yeah, Vietnam might be guaranteed to get their second booyah as a region today as well. WAG, 3 members left, but they have 7 eliminations to work with. Dolphin able to use the grenade launcher, but Wally was the one who finds the knock onto the ghost, and that's the sniper for WAG gone. GOW looking to make a rerun in this final round.
Dolphin, a fish out of water. Peter just hanging on for his dear life. Has got a great play here if he can pull this off. Drogon in hand, but Wally just a tad bit too far for the shotgun to do its work. D Kwang, Drogon as well. Circles around. Dolphin, 2 players. Here comes that backstab, and he puts the players down onto the ground. 6 foot under. WAG out of the equation in a 1v3. CGGG, 10 eliminations. They take the second spot for sure. And it's going to be God of Wolf picking up the second booyah of the day. Time will tell if they get it done, and they finally do.
God of Wolf, what a team. And this is going to be their second booyah of the day, and it's on Bermuda.
3 teams secure booyahs today. All 3 teams hit the double booyah. How crazy is that on day 1?
But for God of Wolf, this is just a consolation prize in the grand scheme of things. They still have a lot to catch up, but at least they end the day with some injection of points, because this barely pulls them out of the red zone.
God of Wolf is going to put in a petition to change Free Fire World Series to an all-out Bermuda fight.
They kind of, I think at this point you have to pray that, okay, can the random map for our second day also be Bermuda? Because that is what is their saving grace at this point.
I just remember something. You know when Izaga was playing with Eagle Esports, the best performing map was also Bermuda.
Yes. Izaga,
the uncanny...
The Kwang, Volley. Great plays. I mean, at the end of the day, we all have to acknowledge it was a map advantage for sure for God of Wolf. But that's going to be the biggest torture as well, because if you only excel on one map, winning the Free Fire World Series is probably out of the question.
Well, I mean, at this point, you're kind of hoping like, okay, guys, we need to place as high as we can.
That's true.
So try and do the absolute best that you can on Bermuda. I mean, who knows? Maybe they learn something playing through all these games, and all of a sudden they do improve for that grand final weekend. You know, anything goes, especially at the World Series. But I think at this point, can I safely say that none of us expected God of Wolves to actually win?
I said God of Wolf is gonna win. We go back into Bermuda.
But you were joking.
I wasn't joking. I was serious.
Are you serious? I need to go back and watch the VOD there. 100% I think you were sarcastic. You had the tone. You had the tone, man.
It's okay. But at the end of the day, Buriram United, they kind of clunked out. We were looking for that hat trick. They got taken out in the 7th spot. Unfortunate, but enough points to cross that 100-point barrier.
Oh, definitely. I think BRU, if you are MGS, you actually breathe a sigh of relief because with BRU getting knocked out, in I think it was 7th place, it means that there is still a chance for you to catch up, right? The gap isn't too big just yet. It isn't insurmountable.
But that day 2 game for their group is going to be so important, especially if they're trying to overtake them and get that first place back, or in the case of Buriram, trying to extend your lead over the competition. But oh my goodness, gentlemen, we have had a fantastic day today with 6 amazing games. We are starting to see the talent coming in from all these different regions. We are also starting to see who the front runners are and who could potentially be some really big underdogs going into the grand final weekend. Aside from the top tier teams that we have seen thus far, are there any teams that you are starting to see like a glimmer of hope that could be a threat later on down the line?
I think I'm still sticking with MIBR.
They
have some glimpses for sure.
Yeah.
You kind of look at the entire day and you're like, man, I wish MIBR would have done better in certain aspects, but there were moments where they really stepped up.
Yeah, I can actually add in 2 more teams to that list, RRQ as well as CGGG. I think they've been maintaining a good enough performance to make a good comeback tomorrow.
To make a good comeback tomorrow.
Oh,
Super excited for their next round of games. Yes, very, very exciting. Alrighty.
Finally, we arrive at the final game in the knockout stage, day 1. Applause to all the competitors, all the players here today. But there could only be one winner, and he's right next to me. Congratulations once again to God of Wolf. Hey, how do you feel you won the final games?
Bạn nghĩ sao khi thắng được game cuối cùng của ngày hôm nay?
Em thấy nó cũng khá dễ để thắng.
He said that he thinks it's quite easy to win.
Wow, I love that confidence in you. But although God of Wolf had the booyah in game 1, right? But after that, your team did not perform well. What was your team problem and what do you think why?
Mặc dù booyah game đầu nhưng mà sau đấy God of Wolf gãy tận 4 game liền, thì bạn nghĩ vì sao lại như thế?
Do em lựa thời điểm giao tranh không thích hợp.
Because they choose the timing wrong for combat. Yeah.
Do you satisfied with your team performance for overall today?
Bạn có hài lòng với màn trình diễn của team mình ngày hôm nay không?
Vẫn chưa.
Not yet. Not yet, but will be. Right?
Sẽ hài lòng chứ.
Don't know. We will have to wait and see for tomorrow or next round. Who is the best player of your team for today and why do you think that?
Bạn nghĩ ai là tuyển thủ giỏi nhất team mình ngày hôm nay, trình diễn tốt nhất?
Em nghĩ là em.
He think he's the one.
I can tell from the look that you think you're the one. You're so confident. I like that. And you think your team can perform better in the next round or the next stage?
Bạn nghĩ là team mình có thể tiếp tục phong độ này ngày mai và ngày kia được không? Cho cả cái vòng bảng này.
Em nghĩ là team vẫn có thể tiếp tục phong độ cả vòng bảng chứ không những là ngày mai.
They can keep their performance for the whole stage, not just today.
Wow, for the whole tournament. And they come for the win, right? To be the champion for Free Fire World Series 2023. Anything last word you want to say to all your opponents?
Đôi lời nhắn gửi đến các đối thủ, các team đối thủ.
Các bạn đã biết tiếng Việt chưa?
Now you know Vietnamese?
Wow, Give it up for Vietnamese team. God awful, thank you and congratulations once again. And it's the final game here for today. But you see me and you see me again tomorrow. Thank you everyone and see you again tomorrow. Bye-bye.
What a way to end the day with God of War finally getting the booyah for the first game of the day, but also the very last. It's almost like they're welcoming people to the show and ending the show.
It's like, it's not how you start, it's how you finish.
But what
No,
if
but they started well and finished well.
Which is...
But in the middle, though, we need to talk about the middle. We need to talk about what happened in between the start and the end.
Well, I wonder if they're also trying to identify their own issues on the other maps, right? Because it wasn't a case of them just making one simple mistake. It seemed like a cascade of small things that just collapsed on one another.
And you look at the rounds where they didn't perform as well, it was either they had early drops and they just got wiped.
Yeah.
Most of those rounds they got kind of destroyed in the early stages, in the first 5 minutes, 2 to 5 minutes.
He said, now you know Vietnam. I think PE Esports will be trying to prove that again tomorrow as well. But looking at the elimination leaders here, not a lot of crazy runners out there this time. Round Di Quang pulling away the MVP of the lobby with a total of 4 eliminations to his name.
4 eliminations, 2,222 damage. Magic number to finish the day as well. Oh my gosh. What's going to happen when we introduce the new groupings? Because I do want to remind our viewers, right, today was groups A versus B, and we are going to split them up tomorrow because B will be playing against C, and then A is going to have a break and will only play their second game on Sunday. What's going to happen with the introduction of the new groupings? Are we going to still see a case of 3 teams dominating the booyahs and the points? Are we going to start to see things sort of spread out? Because I think when we started the show today, we did kind of take a look at the groupings, and you guys thought Group A was the grouping of Titans.
I think Group A is the group. For me, Group A, it's 5 Titans plus Hotshot, right? And this is, in terms of power dynamics, Hotshot is going to have a pretty tough time because they are paired with just giants who have placed themselves on the world stage plenty of times, right? They have very good results. Generally, overall, these guys perform well, so the pressure is definitely on Hotshot. But for Group C, you are introducing teams like EXP Esports. That is basically ex-Nigma Galaxy. 3rd place, bronze medalist of last year FFWS Bangkok. You're introducing PocoStar, XGRC Aphrodite, ex-Spanish is going to be playing as well. Loud is also playing.
And on top of everything else, it's going to be Group B versus C. And if today the 2 front runners of Group A have managed to sneak away a lot of these points, I think Group B is going to make tomorrow a very good day for themselves.
They have to.
Don't really see a lot of heavy hitters in Group C. Perhaps Loud will be looking to make a lot of noise out there tomorrow, but we still have to wait and see. I think tomorrow is going to be the day for Group B.
I'm excited for Latam.
It's literally their day. Their last day to play.
I'm excited for Latam. I want to see Osaka show up tomorrow, right? Because we have 3 Latam teams. We saw Furious Gaming and AGG. Both had okay performances overall, some good rounds, some underwhelming ones, but Osaka, I think that is the question mark for Latam as a region, right? What can these guys bring to the table? Because I think for AGG and FG, at least we know some of these players, but Osaka, these are completely new names.
Yeah, they're new names, and we're sort of introducing them to this international style of meta, I suppose. Because I think for some of these teams, they're also getting a bit shell-shocked. Because they're playing with different regions now. It's not a case of okay, we're playing in the LATAM meta, we're not playing the Brazil meta. It's you're playing someone else's game, and you either adapt to it or you make your own style and people follow you. But this is the overall standings for today. And of course, Buriram ending the day with a whopping 105 points.
Man.
The only team to hit triple digits today.
GRU barely scraped by 53 points in total, right? If not for that booyah, they are also going to be in the red zone. So nothing to be too happy about. But I mean, this MVP leader, Jonah, 19 eliminations on day 1. You thought Wasana was the elimination leader. Apparently not.
I mean, both of them literally are leading. Jonah started off the day with a majority of those assists. And if it wasn't just picking up assists in the first couple of games, we could obviously see a much higher number there, right? That is the threat that Jonah brings onto the battlefield. That is the threat overall that Buriram brings to the battlefield. But tomorrow is going to be an important day for RRQ Kazu as well as CGGG because they don't have to deal with Magic. They don't have to deal with Buriram. They just need to deal with Group C.
They don't have to deal with the two strongest teams, right?
I would love to say like you just have to deal with Group C, but what if Group C is just as bad as Group A? Then you have to wonder what happens with the teams in Group B.
Bad, you mean good?
Good as in like they
are just as
good
bad,
as
right?
So good, they're bad.
There we go.
That's why I think we need to look at EXP Esports and EXP Esports and also
Osaka?
Not Osaka. EXP Esports and Poco
Loud?
Star.
Poco
I think
Star.
these
You're
two
not going to
teams.
count Loudon?
But I'm putting Lao as kind of like the Osaka is my wild card. I think Lao is also
An X
kind of an
factor.
X factor because
Yeah.
this is also their first debut on the world stage. I don't think there's anyone from Lao who played last year. No, it's also completely fresh name. Maybe Drax has played last year, but that's pretty much it.
Yeah, so like we have a lot of questions that we have to ask, but we're not going to be able to get those answers until tomorrow. But firstly, I want to say a big thank you to everyone that's tuned into the broadcast. We hope you're enjoying the Free Fire World Series 2023 thus far. We have had some amazing games just for day one. We've still got 2 more days for the knockout stage. I want to also thank the Mustachio AJ and Husky for your fantastic work on joining me on the desk.
Likewise.
Any last words before we close out the show?
Day 2, let's go.
Let's go!
Nah.
Get some good rest.
I'll just
Come
say
back tomorrow.
We'll just see you tomorrow. All right, thank you so much, gentlemen. We will see all of you at home tomorrow. Make sure you're back at the same time because we have some more Free Fire coming up your way.